Okie dokie. Wait, there's a quest up there? Alright. Oh, yeah, because we're in a bunker.
Pod that needs your delicate touch. Directed by my expertise, of course.
Oh, yeah. Alright, so we're going to pick up her quest. We're mainly going to do just side quests throughout the day. 1 second. It's been so long since I've played you.
Ready for an easy
It's been about 2 weeks. Oh, pretty much feels like 2 weeks.
Sure, I could do with it.
More just a week, but yeah.
Glitch was snooping through order logs and got a fix on more storage pods.
That hair is glistening.
They use the same security system you already know. Pushing you the coordinates for the first one. Call me when you get there so I know what we're working with.
Okie dokie, artichoke. Alright. I guess I'm going there. Trying to remember all the buttons. What am I doing? Hey, we should clean that out and actually use the pool. I know we probably don't have chlorine on this planet. I don't know. I don't know if you can actually hand make chlorine. Is it just up there? Okay. Is it just up there? It's funny, all the games I'm currently playing right now, either, well, I guess the YouTube exclusive playthrough doesn't count right now, but but all the other games I'm currently playing, other than Strike Suit Zero, is pretty much shooters. And specifically, except for one of them, is all shooter RPGs. It's so fucking weird.
I'm at the pod. What's next?
Not again.
Remember how this works? Just listen to my instructions.
Kinda.
Fast, because the clock's ticking. Punch the button to kick us off. Flip that switch.
Flip it.
Shoot the panel. Pull the lever. Melee the button. Press the button.
Wait.
You got rocks between your ears. Just follow the instructions.
Oh, you said.
One more time. Whenever you're ready, punch the button.
Oh, okay. Well, they actually added the press now.
Flip that switch. Shoot the panel. Pull the lever. Smack the button. Press the button. Pull the lever. Press the button. Melee the button. Press the button. Shoot the panel. Flip that switch. You got rocks between your ears. Just follow the
1 second.
instructions. One more time. Whenever you're ready, punch the button. Flip that switch. Shoot the panel. Pull the lever. Smack the button. Press the button. Pull the lever. Press the button. Melee the button. Press the button. Shoot the panel. Flip that switch. Press the button. Shoot the panel. Flip that switch. What was that? Fail. Run it.
Ah, god damn it! I keep mixing up the switch.
Push the button. Flip that switch. Shoot the panel. Pull the lever. Melee the button. Press the button. Pull the lever. Press the button. Melee the button. Press the button. Shoot the panel. Flip that switch. Press the button. Shoot the panel. Flip that switch. Pull the lever. Flip that switch. Pull the lever. Press the button. Shoot the panel. Melee the button. Flip that switch.
Oh my god.
Alright, that'll
Jesus, this fucking sucks.
yourself. I already got my cut. Come
Wait.
see me if you want to crack another one.
How do you get your own cut? That was stupid. That was fucking stupid, dude. Alright. Wait, what am I doing? Pistol. I guess these are good things to sell. Compared to the no. Alright, we're good. Lost capsule. You could probably pressed the wrong button though. Do 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 do. I think all I need to do is just jump off of this, right? Holy shit! Is it in this barn? Is it? Or is it somewhere completely? Oh. Hey, how? Well, okay, never mind. I thought it was closer than I thought, but never mind. It's probably in this barn.
I'm gonna murder all your stupid wires.
Who did? 1 second.
Dead.
There, Warden's dead. Everyone's getting frozen to hell and back.
Their sacrifice shall not be in vain.
Who said that? Well, there's definitely an enemy in front of me somewhere, but I don't know how far away it is. It's like, okay. Oh, I'm dead. Let's see. That is.
Did you just find another supply capsule? Oh, you lucky so-and-so. I've been looking for one for forever. It's great, though. I'm happy for you. You're probably gonna decrypt it and get a bunch of cool stuff for yourself.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, super happy for you.
Mm-hmm.
Super happy.
So where's the closest safe house? that's what I want to know. Closest safe house. Seems like it's over there. Is that? Guess that's it. Yeah, it's the safe house. Did we not claim it? Capture this location in order to... I guess we should claim the safe house too. Oh no. I gotta walk with it.
So, you found that supply capsule, huh? Just consider it a care package from me, your best friend, Claptrap. To be clear, you're not my best friend. Also, I didn't necessarily have anything to do with that capsule, but I was thinking about it, and it's the thought that counts.
Right. Which is the better way to get up there? Guess I'll find out.
You're about to be null and voided.
Ow, son of a bitch. Oh, you did. Is there someone actually down here? Oh, okay. 1 second. Man, if they don't have that shield, they get instantly frozen. Frozen. Hey, this lift is actually working. Thank you. Yeah, looks just like ours. The other one. We got what do we do in order to claim this bad boy? Probably just need to clear out all enemies, right? I don't think they're all cleared.
You were a mistake!
Stop it. I do feel like I have a handicap when it comes to fighting with something else in my hand. I'm like hip firing, and I'm not really used to hip firing with this weapon. Okay. So this is the actually main area. Huh. It's supposed to be. It is locked. Do I need... What do I need to do here? So I remember last time we got like a safe house is we had what's his face, Claptrap do the whole shocking thing. It kind of makes me wonder if we need to find that little generator thing node. I'll go up here real quickly. Hey, where do I put this? Here?
You looking for a quick decrypting? No judgment. What you encrypt on your own time is your business.
Holy shit. There's guns in the fucking things. Jesus. Alright, radiation damage. That's a sniper rifle, which I have my sniper rifles here. Grenade modular. And assault rifle. Potential better. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'll take it. And then a shotty. Hey, shotty. What about that pistol? Nope. Right. Let's pick up these.
The wildlife has been getting too close for comfort lately. Looking for someone to give us a bit of breathing room.
Alright, I can do that.
Killing the order and pilfering their lifeless bodies is wrong, then I don't want you to be right.
Wait, who the fuck are you? Were you here the whole time, dude?
Come to take a look at me guts?
Oh yeah.
Come see me again. Look at doing business with you. You drop if you got to. Oh, please. Oh.
Yeah.
The smell of this thing.
What is this? Pistol. Compare with my other pistols that right there. Oh, yeah, better DPS, but doesn't have anything special. Except for the whole multi-round usage. That's about it.
You'll never get me plucky arms.
I think he's saying Lucky Arms and not Lucky Charms. Now that I've actually kind of listened to it, it's like, oh, a little weird that he said that. It's like, oh, arms. Lucky Arms. Yeah, where all you people come from? Jeez. Hey, whatever. Alright, now that I did that out of the blue. Oh, there's another one. Oh, there's an echo log. I should probably do... Didn't I get an echo log not too long ago? This one. Kilo's instructions.
I don't get it. Why not just cut both
And
on?
then how to hack.
That's how Turbo gets shit done double time, baby.
Oh no, we've listened to that before.
I don't get it.
Okay. Yeah, we've already... Why is it still like that? Fucking hell, mate.
I don't get it. Why not just cut both wires at the same time? That's how Turbo gets shit done double time,
So that's how
baby.
you get yourself blown up.
Just do it like I said. I'll be there soon.
No one tells Turbo what to do.
It's unmarked now, so I'm not too worried about it anymore. More backpack. Yeah, backpack is the most, it's the best thing I can have right now. Yeah, I think for the most part, my main weapons are assault rifle, shotgun, sniper rifle, and I guess pistol. But what can interchange is assault rifle and SMG. Those two weapons can intermingle with each other depending on what's better. But I think for the most part, I'm going to try and invest more into the assault rifle ammo compared to SMG. So, yeah. Anything else new? Except for skins, of course. Let's go to my map. Let's pick up this echo. So we have something else new to listen to, because cool. I think it's over there. Because if I'm correct, it's near a bridge. Uh-oh. Am I gonna have to do a smackdown? Bitch is gonna get smacked down. Yeah. Shoddy. Shouty. Hey. Oh, I guess I'm collecting stuff from these guys. Oh, why? Because it's a bounty. Alright, let's see, where are we going? Oh, shit. Okay, we're going up here. This is a nice thing about hunting for these. Oh, I keep forgetting I can like charge this thing up. And it does some massive damage, holy shit. Massive damage. Ah, we also got this over here. Remember to grab that if I'm able to grab it. How the fuck? Wait, it's over there. I'm gonna have to do it from there. There's no way I can get it from there. Oh. What you fighting, buddy? Unless this is a geyser. Ew, poop. Alright, why is this locked? Gotta kill a calfling. Oh shit. Oh, there's a lot going on. What the fuck? Wait, where did all these enemies come from?
Look at all those shades of gray.
Wait, where did all these assholes come from? I'm so confused. Oh shit.
Trouble's back and looking cuter than ever.
What in the fuck is going on? Where did all these assholes come from? Oh my god. Oh shit. I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh shit.
I missed you.
Damn it.
It's playtime, Trouble.
I need to use better weapon against these. I don't know which one's gonna. Oh, yeah, that one. Alright, what's this one? Oh, what the fuck was that? Come on.
Nice try. Now it's my turn.
Grenade, grenade, grenade. Granada. Ugh. Heavy ordnance does a lot more damage, which that's all that matters. It's the damage output.
Tech is my favorite kind of tech. This is unfortunately used, but it's new to me.
Oh. Grenade ordnance, or that pass. Rip kit. Oh, it leeches. Nothing else to complain about. So, did that not unlock the thing I wanted to unlock? How do you unlock this damn thing? I'm assuming it's tied to something. Because that will bug me. Alright. Well, I want to go over there. I don't think there's anywhere better to fly from except from here. So I really hope I can make it. Oh shit, just enough. Oh fuck.
Where am I?
Oh, Rafa.
5020. Glad to see you're still with us. How do you feel? Where are my legs? They're around here somewhere. Your immune system started to reject the dead frame's artificial muscle fibers, and we had to pick our new soldier or all his bits and bobs. I'm sure you understand. Now, stand for me. Oh, yeah. I thought it'd be heavier to... So, with this, I can go off-world? You'll go wherever Tedior needs you. And if you don't, our IP protection detonator will make sure everyone gets a piece of that pretty...
Oh no, Rafa's.
Hi, you think I'm pretty? Am I picking up some vibes? Hey, where are you going?
He's owned by Tedior.
Gallows humor? Aye, that's not fair.
Yeah, he handled that pretty well, not having legs and shit. Okay, well, it's over here. Let's pick up side quest first. Might as well just keep hitting up those side quests with the lady. Figure out what we want to put in our info. Oh, got a submachine gun and a snipey. Ooh, it has fire damage too. Alright, sniper rifle with the fire. It's not as good, but it sure does seem cool. Alright. Alright, just checking things. What are we missing here? It's a class mod. Somehow I have not picked one up. Either... No, I've been picking up mods. So I haven't really missed out on that. If there's any class mod, the mod I would want is anything that benefits trouble. Okay, let's see what we have. Cryo, it's always nice. I'm starting to like cryo a little bit more. Let's see, use an ordnance against overshield. Fire rate. See, the fire rate doesn't really matter. Unless when the ordnance ends, because the ordnance I'm using is the rocket launcher, so do I have to just, I don't know. Don't know when it technically activates. Critical hit chance against any part of an enemy. Actually, critical hit chance would be fantastic due to the fact it's passive too. Yeah, let's update that bitch. Update that bitch. Critical hit chance is always good because
You would have misplaced another supply pod. Time to capitalize on their incompetence. Huh?
so yeah, anytime we can like do a critical hit has a potential chance to stun and have a potential chance to stun lock. If we could do that to a boss, which bosses tend to be immune to stun locking or to stuns in general.
My diagnosis? You got a bad nose. How about you done what you want this week? Think I'm on. See, that wasn't so bad.
22k just for selling those weapons. Not bad.
Big money for light work. Sounds like a good time. Great. Let's get cracking.
Yeah.
The coordinates.
Yeah, les coordinates. Let's go. Vroom, vroom. Oh shit. Okay.
Anybody see where they went?
I need to clear my flanks. I don't like it when people are on my left or on my right.
You were redundant.
I'm starting to think you're just being king.
Is that right? Oh, wow. Wow. Lady, calm down. I know I'm schmexy, but stop it.
Huh. Someone left an echo log there.
This is what I'm looking for.
Kusk, it's Rush. A few of our farmers just had their harvests confiscated by idolater Saul. Bastard took every last morsel. We can't let our folks go hungry. Bring them some of our food stores, would you? But be careful. Saul's patrols are everywhere.
Hey, Rush. Found your message for someone named Kusk. But I don't think they delivered the food your people were waiting on. I saw some supplies lying around.
Oh, man. Kusk. She got cut down in transit. But our people still need that food. You up for some delivery work?
Sure thing.
I'll send the details.
No problem. They just better tip.
I was like right there.
Rush's delivery. Smells food-like.
Hey, out here, we salvage what we can to survive. And let me tell you, my crash wing casserole is 5-star stuff. Deliver that food to 3 farms nearby, okay?
As long as it's not timed. I hate timed missions. As you guys know me, I play by my own pace. Snail's pace. Oh. Oh no, we're going uphill? No.
Food delivery! Oh, yeah, good stuff. Speedy delivery too, am I right? Maybe worth a tip?
No. Shut up and get back to work.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Bitch.
Hunger does a number on Sylvia's patience. She appreciates your work, just not financially. 1 delivery down, 2 to go.
So I'm here doing a good thing out here. Bitches be
This looks bad.
want to get their
Raccoons have got
heads
it.
torn off. Not just a food delivery for today. Oh, it's a badass. Holy shit! What the fuck? don't know if that was like a passive skill I had. Oh shit. Those rail guns.
Rush.
Okay.
The people at this farm.
They're dead.
Border got to them before I could.
Saw's damn sus. As if all the rippers and threshers and fallen moon chunks weren't bad enough. Sorry. Just, this is why we're trying so hard. To find a new home, you know? Somewhere safe. Or safer, at least.
Let's go to Pandora.
Leave the food there, Vaulter. Someone with a hungry belly will find and appreciate it.
Sure. We'll do so.
Just one delivery left.
Vroom, vroom. Do, 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 do. Flush. Oh. Going over what? Oh man, rippers. Really, dude? Why we have rippers?
Hey, are you jerks trying to kill my food delivery career? I'm trying to get a tip here.
Money is law. Law is money. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. You bitches getting stitches. Oh shit.
You okay, bud? Need some scraps of food?
Scraps of food? What's up, dude?
Scrap, scrap?
Scrap, scrap.
Scrap, scrap.
Scrap.
But
Don't mind Marlo there.
They're just gonna eat the people.
A little rattled from all these attacks. Rippers, border, it's pretty non-stop out there. They'll snap out of it soon. That's all the deliveries. Wish every one of those farms could be eating well today, but you did good for our people. And I know old Sylvia wasn't into it, but here, a little tip for you. Thanks.
Well, thank you. Alright, probably get back to that stash. Missions. Yeah, those are main missions. Would be under, yeah, right? I guess it is a task, isn't it? The order keeps leaving their valuables scattered across the map. No, it's not too far away. Yep, did not mean to do that, but cool. Wish this thing just turned a little bit better. Excuse me, oopsie.
You seen the order airships in the sky?
Uh-huh.
I'm thinking we give them a nice interior remodel.
Oh,
The area and the resupply outpost is our best shot at doing just that.
we can do that.
Got this.
Oh, there it is.
low. I'm at the pod and ready to rock.
Whenever you're ready, punch the button.
1 second. I'm getting attacked. Gotta clear out all enemies.
You're gonna have to be quicker than that if you want to make it in this game. From the top. Whenever you're ready, punch the button.
Gotta kill these little bitches first. Any more? Alright. Walk off, mate.
You got rocks between your
Punch,
ears?
punch.
Follow the instructions. One more time. Whenever you're ready, flip that switch.
Flip it.
Pull the lever. Don't flip the switch. Press the button.
Why would you do that?
Melee the button. Shoot the panel. Flip that switch. Pull the lever. Shoot the panel. Melee the button. Press the button. Do not pull the lever. Flip that switch.
Why are you doing that?
Shoot the panel. Flip that switch. Flip that switch. Press the button. Shoot the panel. Shoot the panel. Shoot the panel. Press the button. Press the button. Press the button. Melee the button. Do not pull the lever. Flip that switch. Pay dirt.
Oh my god, that sucked.
Might be squared away. Come back whenever if you're down for another.
How many of those does she have? That's the thing that confuses me. It was like, oh my god, lady. How many of these do we need to do? So what? They're over here, right? Yeah, she seems to have another one waiting for me.
Got one more order pod for you. Ripe for the picking.
You say one more. Can it be the last one? Because these are not, so they're not interesting.
How about it? One more job? I do love screwing with the order. Head to my mark.
Ping me when you're close.
And we're off. Quit! Now, you not sure what I'll do with it? Hope your grip's as strong as your jaw.
Do 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 do. Excuse me. Oh, what? Underneath? Wait. I was gonna say, you can't. That thing can't fit underneath the wooden bridge. How did it get there in the first place? Okay. Nah, we good.
Jerks?
Oh, excuse me. Oh. I am doing the mission I want to do, right? It's just the amount of traveling I'm. Yeah, I'm doing the right one. Oh, it says very hard. Oh, I didn't notice the difficulty on that. Why is it curly very hard? I don't know if I should go there. I might be going to my death. Let's actually fast travel back home and pick up another side. Yeah, I should probably double check my quests. I mean, I probably would be able to handle it, but at the same time too, it's like I probably should just in case. Ah, man. Okay. Let's try this again. We'll do that mission a little bit later. Once we actually expand to that area a little bit further. Kind of want to find some of these real quickly. That shouldn't be too far away. I gotta fight you guys again. Oh, you're badass. The hell? This ordnance is awesome.
That hurt.
Get them away from me! Oh, really? Because I'm pretty sure I heard you say,
Oh.
Sweetheart, there's no such thing.
It's me.
And something about shooting my kneecaps.
That was before I knew you were a witch!
Oh, I'm nothing to be scared of. But these specters, hungry for kneecaps. They just love the crunch. I think the only thing that they'd like more is the combination to this safe.
Take it! Just stop haunting me!
Good boy. Oh, and when people come around asking who jacked your stuff and shot off your kneecap, you tell them it was Vex.
But you didn't.
Getting kneecapped is fucked up. It's... Active checkpoint. Well, I guess we can claim a silo. I wouldn't hurt. Need to start claiming some territory anyway. In a weird way.
Look, it's the water!
Damn. There you are.
A little at a time.
A little late to the party. Boyo. I mean, girly. Oh, boyo? Yeah, boyo. So I think troubles are boy. I'm trying to remember what they said. Usually animals tend to be female in media, but yeah, boyo. Ta-da! Yeah, wherever that weird thing is, cool. And we also have more areas to sell shit.
I'm sure. Fine, leave.
No, now that we've claimed that, it's another fast travel point. Deadbolts. I'm trying to remember if it's a collectible, but I'm trying to remember if there's any reason why we're collecting deadbolts to begin with. My turning radius sucks ass.
Get him, boy!
I think I just killed a mass of them. Oh, they're like bats. Just keep coming. I'm assuming the deadbolt is here. Damn, skeet shoot. Right. That's ordnance. Oh, I think I found it. Deadbolt. Open echo log menu. Okay, so it's a readable content. Oh. No, that's not the thing I picked up. That's the thing I picked up. So it is readable content, but let's see. Looks like identification. It's almost like how they died. Definitely more ammo for that. That. What is this? Propaganda speaker. Oh, can we actually destroy these now? So that'd be kind of cool. Figure out where to go to get it. Get to it. I think it knows where it wants to go. Here, maybe I'll do this. Huh? I mean, is there anything to grab? I can't do that, bitch. I don't know why it thinks I can do that, but fuck you.
Stop shooting my ride!
1 second. I gotta figure out. Oh, is there only one way up there? No, and the actual fuck do I get over there? Here, I'm gonna back travel this. Do up. Do up. Do. It's the crash place. There's a lot of crash places. Ah, come on. Okay, seriously? It's gotta be a way up there. I mean, see if there is a... Looks like I could potentially get up there from here. So I'm not gonna trust the actual mapping. I'm gonna trust the actual map. If I can climb up. If I can't climb up, then it's trying to tell the truth. Yeah, you're a little late to that. Yeah, no, yeah. Here. Just to save you time and energy, you don't have to help me. Just to save you energy. There we go. Ah, thank you. There we go. I knew that pathing was off. I was like, okay, the pathing's a little broken, a little messed up. Oh shit. One sec. Yep, I have to go through here. What the fuck? Ow, 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 ow.
Somebody needs a defrost!
So it's Borderlands, not rocket science. Giving someone tips and tricks on Borderlands is like trying to teach a toddler how to scribble.
That one's gone. Moving into killing range.
Do. Ooh. All right, overall better.
Like a bitch's ball!
Well, howdy. And goodbye. Ah. I noticed the AoE of that rocket launcher is not as strong. And I wish it was. But I did change it for a reason. Because the DPS is insane with that stupid thing. I'm just here to destroy a fucking propaganda tower. I don't want to kill a whole entire civilization of psychos. But fine, I'll do it. What the hell? It's like I'm aiming at the head, but it keeps shooting away from the head.
You shit me!
Well, I do have to say the accuracy when it comes to the shotgun is not that. I mean, assault rifle is not the greatest. So that's probably why I need to get a little closer. And dead Zos. Watch, hurry up. Well, I should be able to hear the propaganda tower. I don't think I passed it yet.
I'm gonna get a kill this time, guys!
Let me check the map. Yeah, I'm getting closer. Slowly but surely. Making icicles for days. Just like doing that. A never-ending cycle. Come on, buddy. Show yourself. And he's dead. Sweet. What's a badass?
Roll him over!
I can't do it. Or okay, it's happening. It's happening. Okay, there we go. Well, just greens for days. Cool, I guess. I'll sell them. So no need to compare it unless it has some type of elemental or something special with it. Not gonna switch out non-elemental weapons again. No more. It's gotta have some type of trick to it. So it has to be special. Okay. Didn't need to do that, but cool. Keep forgetting the buttons because I'm playing like 4 games in a row. It's totally fine. Oh, propaganda tower. I guess I was near it. Or speaker. Not a tower. It could be anything. Oh, is it there? Is it not on?
You hack, I'll cause chaos and trouble. We're such a good team. Don't run off now.
Ah, there's the enemies. I was like, where are they? You said ow. I say nay.
Into the dark.
We're almost there? No.
Real threat is.
It's gonna take a while, is it? Gonna take quite a while. Alright, there's a guy over there, but I cannot see him. And I hope that's not gonna slow the countdown. I think it's gonna slow the countdown. I need to kill that guy, wherever he is. Why are you slowing down our progress by living?
Keep hacking, little bud. I'll buy you whatever time you need.
So, it's not time-based, it's kill-based. That's what this is about. Oh. You keep attacking my poor girl. Alright, where is the guy? Is that the guy? Yeah, I think he's affecting everyone. At least they're coming towards me now. Finally. Yay.
I almost feel bad for you.
Oh, we're only halfway there. I have a feeling like 1 or 2 more waves. If that's the case. Due to the percentage, I'm assuming this and we'll probably maybe 1 more wave.
I can take all your pussy hate.
Oh, that's alright.
Nasty little thing.
Oh, he ain't dead. Okay. Happy Mercenary Days still going?
Time preservation time.
Oh, you're not dead? Oh, now you're dead. Can't see. One second. One second. There we go.
You just made the list!
Alright, you're shooting at someone that you can't hit. I don't know why you're doing that. Takey. You almost done? About time. So that was the last wave.
I'm so sick of that guy's voice.
You can't hear him anymore because he's dead. Unless there was a pre-recorded message. Still, you couldn't hear him. It was weird. Nope. Nope. Potential. Nope. Nope. Nah. I'll just sell all this. I'm just gonna sell all this shit. Well, now that was annoyingly weird to get to, I have a feeling that won't be the last area that will be weird to get to. There's probably gonna be a few things that are, how are you gonna say, ridiculous. Okay. Now that I did that, excuse me. Ugh. That already looks like a stupid path. I have a feeling that's not the pathway I should take, but I'm gonna try and do it anyway. Well, it seems like it's right next to me, and I don't know if I should. Oh shit! What the fuck am I doing? All right. It looks like it's on the cliffside. I just don't know. Wish I could see where technically it is. Like, what height is it? Son of a bitch. Stop doing that. I don't like it. I just don't know if I should go down there and... Is it in a cave? Or is it up top? I don't know. It's 116 meters. It's like before I actually get out of this area, I'm just gonna see if there's no little crevice over here. Nothing to travel through or under. Oh, and this I should probably claim. Everything else is good except for DPS and I guess what was it? Physical or impact? How much worse is the DPS? Oh, much worse. It's not worth trading yet. What about this pistol? Does my current pistol not have any properties to it? I don't think it does. No, it's probably worth trading that then. Get some radiation damage. Sure. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's a path that would technically go to where I want to go, so I guess I'll trust it this time. I'll trust a little guiding light and see if it actually does anything. I'll trust you for now, but I don't know. Just follow your nose. It is a cave. Okay. Hey, I leveled up. Oh. don't know if Trouble killed him or did I actually shoot through that object to kill it. Oh, I got a reward too. What is it? Hover drive. Already checked out all the hover drives, either available or not available. And I'm sticking with the one I have. Okie dokie, let's see. Attunement of shock. Scan, movement speed, and gun damage. It would be nice to actually have some attunement skills for some of this stuff. Elemental essence. Double this effect in action skills. So elemental damage is doubled? Potentially? As long as it's the action skill is... No, it's a passive though, too, though. Like the... Let's just do that. You're just a little elemental bastard, aren't you? You're just a little elemental bastard. Yes, you are. Wait, oh, we've been here before. How did we not grab the thing that we needed to grab? That's the survivalist cache. How the fuck did we miss that? It's up there, I think. Do we just have to kill all the threshers again? Oh shit, we are gonna have to kill all the threshers again. Fuck. Well, good thing I already have all these beautiful weapons. Wait, what the? Oh, I'm using my sniper rifle. Oops. You're frozen, buddy. Ow. Man, I should really invest in more of that overshielding. So it is doing fantastic right now. Oh shit. No, I can't do anything about it. Alright. Y'all's dead. Oh. Hey, there we go. It's my first one, but I'll try and... But I'm not using pistols. I mean, I have... Well, technically I am using pistols, but it's not my main weapon. I want to use something else. Oh, come on. There's shotguns on you assholes. Actually, it's probably not the best weapon right now. Maybe radiation? That'd be interesting. Oh shit, I'm about dead. And I'm dead. I was not paying attention to my health. Yeah, pistol ain't doing much, so I'm just getting back to this. Freezy peasy. Hi. Bye. Why aren't you dead yet? You little shit. And dead. Do you have to do that every time you die or something? Jesus. Damage reduction. But is that also attunement of... Look, let's see. It's showing me one thing, but it has those, what do you call it? Is it electricity damage and resistance? Up by 2? I don't know what those symbols mean. I'm assuming that's what it's telling me. Guess I'll find out. Hey. Yeah, it's so stupid that I'm killing all these guys again. Well, might as well do it. Kill me some commie worms. That's what I tell you what.
Turn up the trouble.
He's a chain master. He's a chain master. What the fuck? Did he like spawn right on top of me? That's so stupid. Status effect, application, chance, and sniper rifle damage. The status effect, yeah, I'll totally take, but everything else is just garbo. Should be literally right up here. I do need to kill more worms. Rushers. I mean, it's kind of like the best combination you can do, at least for me right now, is freeze something and then hit it with the ordnance. Fucks it up completely. No, I swore I've... Okay, it's not this. Oh, it's over there. Okay. So like I say, I've definitely opened this one before. There's guaranteed I'd probably open something like this. DPS is better, but it doesn't have anything that benefit me in the long run. Yeah, I don't know how the hell I missed this. But I did.
Finders keepers.
Alright, this must be the chest I need to open. Holy. Like how there's a special open animation just for it. Radiation and corrosive. DPS drops off by a huge margin though. I don't know. I mean, I worked so hard to get all this, I might as well just pick it all up. Oh, that's a class mod for a different class. I like how they're still doing that for single player, like, games. If you're in single player, they still throw in, like, mods of other classes. Like, son of a bitch, stop doing that. I like it has better DPS, but I don't know, it's weird. Man, there's a lot of different things though to it. Let's see, this may be good. Gun damage at 15%, damage reduction of 13%, health regen 4+ per second, and then some other things. Oh, maybe that's just what it's... That's the best mod I've seen so far for my character. The reload speed. So far, I don't think I'm gonna find a weapon that will beat the thing I want. Give me a second. Alright. Anything else? Beep boop beep. Lost capsule. There is an echo over there. For some reason I did not grab. So I shall do that. Might as well do some miscellaneous miscellaneous searching and stuff. Okay, somewhere over here it's either, oh, is it on top of there? Or is it, it could be underneath. Is there an underneath passage? Oh, could be. Oh, could be. Could be in here. Well, howdy, folks. Well, you know, guys don't seem to be bad people. Got some $2. Oh, there's something over here too. Can't swim underneath the water, right? No, okay. We can go under, but only because you jumped in. As I say, if there's underwater exploration in Borderlands finally. I am contemplating though, like thinking about like what games to stream and what games not to stream. And Crimson Desert's one of those games where now that it's been out for what, about a month now? Oh, I need to get the Echo thing. Where is it? I don't think I grabbed it yet. Is it even here? Echo, where is it? It is potentially to my right. It might not be in here. I don't see anything that looks like an Echo. Oh, is that it? No, ammo and a weapon. Yeah, okay. Is there anything behind it? Okay, so the Echo is not in that area, I think. Yeah, doesn't seem like it. I think it would be. Yeah, it says it's up top. How far up top? Probably way up there. So I gotta figure out how to get up there. Cause I don't think I can grapple. Where's an area I can like jump from? Maybe this? I can also do that probably. Let's kind of go over there and do it. How do I... here it is. I'm not here to fight. Oh, yeah, but yeah, going back to the whole Crimson Desert topic though. It's one of those games where I kind of want to be able to play it and not have anyone try and backseat. And I know there's going to be a lot of people, at least in a game like Crimson Desert, that they're going to try and backseat the shit out of you because, you know, there's so many secrets and so many things to do in the game. And all the, oh shit. And, And I have a feeling that people potentially that will come into the stream for that game is going to ruin my playthrough. At least all the little cool little secrets and knickknacks that I could have found organically. So I am kind of thinking to myself, it's like, should I just record it? Do it like a YouTube exclusive playthrough? Might have to do that.
I had the unfortunate experience
I don't know.
of meeting an
Thinking about it.
talkative bot today. Some trapezoidal one-wheeled contraption with a tool belt that no sensible inventor would design. I've already forgotten his name, which is surprising based on how many times he felt the need to say it. Whoever built and programmed him clearly had some deep-seated issues. I can't imagine a single reason to create a bot with such a personality. Erratic, manic, depressed. To be honest, I'm not sure how I feel about him, only that he was a lot. Still, meeting him did give me an idea or two about my own creations. Namely, always include a kill switch.
It's good to have a kill switch. Very good to have a kill switch. All right, now that I did some miscellaneous, what do you call it, exploration, I should try and find myself a vault key fragment. What was that, vault? Yeah, vault fragment. Just gotta figure out how we're searching for it, though. How do we search for a vault key fragment? Let's sell all the stuff that's in my backpack right now because it is full. And darn looking for.
They don't let me cut on folks no more. But what they pay this back, that shit out that's like used up no takebacks. Plus you, I used to have one just, I used to, this here, this out, that out, you click that old shit.
Good God, how much did I grab?
That's right. Just keep it you and your wallet are welcome anytime.
Man, I made over 1 million out of that transaction. The fuck. So if I die, I probably lose a good amount of money. Try not to die. Alright, I am needing to focus on side missions, so we'll go to this one. That one, at least it tells me the difficulty of said side mission is going to be normal, so before I actually pick it up. I like that. I like that it actually gives me the fucking information first. It's like, is it worth trying to pick up this side mission yet? So is it too out of my league? Because I need to know. I don't want to pick up a side mission and not be able to do it for another stream or two.
Didn't see a beauty?
Oops, sorry.
He'll help us leave Kairos behind.
Oh, wait. Huh? Wait, are you guys gonna use that as your ship to leave?
Our launch grows ever.
Null and void.
This is the order ship I took down, right? That's some nice repurposing. Could even get you folks off Kairos.
Pretty great, huh? Since idolater Saul isn't a threat anymore, we've really been able to get cooking. All that's left is to fix a busted drive. I'm telling you, we're actually gonna get off this rock. All of us.
If Conway ever gets back, that is. Always on the move. No wonder they like being a pilot.
Oh, looks like you're a night person as well.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
Conway, come in. You there, Conway? That's weird. They're always on their radio. Usually too much. They went out scavenging for drive parts. You mind checking in on them? Probably just have their hands full, but peace of mind and all that.
No problem. Peace of mind coming your way.
Peace of hearts and mind. Oops, sorry. There's a lot of those ships right now. Wonder if I should knock some of them out of the sky. Uh-oh, is he in this area? He's probably dead. I was like, dude, he's in bandit territory. Let me reload. Come on.
Reallocating the work.
No Conway. Looks like they left a log behind.
I've left to become a bandit.
Report. This wreckage is no longer a viable scavenge location for any useful components, tech, or parts.
Well, that sucks.
Digging
What
through
the?
the skeletal remains
What?
of a ship when our
Oh, that was like a weird sudden change of night and day. It was not smooth.
Keep thinking about the day I crashed here. Can't help feeling it was my fault. Gotta shake it. Can't let the fear get under my skin. Not when they're counting on me.
Rush, no sign of Conway yet. I'll keep looking.
I still can't get through to them either. I don't like this one bit.
I'm sure everything's fine. We'll find them.
We better. That's our pilot. And my best pal. Okay, not gonna freak out yet, just hurry, okay? Fall back! Have you seen the order airships in the sky?
I know, you said it.
Thinking we give them a nice interior remodel. Scouted the area as a resupply outpost is our best shot at doing just that. You got this.
Why did I press the button? No. Such a dick thing to do. Shit. It was kind of fun to do it though. You just hit someone really fucking hard with your vehicle. I mean, they're an enemy. Might as well do it. Come on.
Nope, no Conway. But that log's theirs.
Report. Weather's eaten away at these drive parts. But a few may be worth testing. Maybe I'll... Wait. Is that... a crane up there? Someone's found something worth finding. Heading over to check it out. Personal note. Maybe it's not the launch itself I'm worried about. Maybe it's... not knowing how far...
Oh no, what is this?
...transmit Kairos' coordinates. Could be years, just... drifting. All of it riding on me.
Rush, Conway had a bead on some hot scavenge. Heading that way now.
And she's also
Promising.
having a crisis of some sorts. Let's see. Did not mean to do that. Stop it. Stop it. Can I go through this? Wait, sure, let's try it. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting this thing can ride on top of fucking water. I don't know why I keep forgetting about that. It's like, oh yeah, it can go across water. Doo-doo. That was risky as fuck. Lots and lots of assholes. All right. Badass. Badass dead.
Oh, felt that in my stomach.
Oh, what the fuck?
End approaching.
That was almost a little too close to comfort, man. Whew. Man, I didn't even kill him. Just everyone else did. All the AoE damage from the fucking barrel. Oh, oh, he's getting fucked up. I probably need to do some more environmental kills. It's just like any of the other Borderlands, they tend to give you a nice little reward for doing all those little challenges. Do some money. Oh, it's not what I wanted to grab. Oh, wait. Nope. Whoa. Little psycho. Little psycho. All right. Did we need to kill all those guys? Probably didn't have to. Was it fun? Yeah, it was fun.
We said just leave the food at the door. I don't want to see your face. It's been an hour, and you said delivery in 20 to 30 minutes.
Ooh, that's the worst. Nothing worse than getting hangry.
I'm always hangry. Enough chatter. Are you the delivery guy or what? We can't sacrifice this little sneak to the void until we get our blood sugar up.
Shit, that could be Conway. Bet I can talk my way in if I find their food.
Alright, we gotta find their food then.
I'm
glad
I'm not totally sure yet.
they know where the food is.
Captured Conway.
Damn. But captured is better than, you know.
Killed.
I'm gonna grab support and then I'll head your way. Be careful.
Oh, hi, big guy. Gotta make sure he's not so hangry. That way it doesn't kill Conway like right away. Now dealing with hostage situations is fucking stressful as shit.
Ouch.
Oh, is that where all the food is? Alright. Grab all the food. Oh, it crashed. Someone crashed and all the food's everywhere. I'm surprised the animals didn't get to all this shit. Speaking of animals. Why is there no animals here? It's a little weird. It's weird that I'm not getting attacked while trying to do this. That was really weird. I don't know how I feel about that. It's like, why was I not getting attacked while doing that? It's usually the golden rule for Borderlands is when you're trying to do something, you gotta be getting kicked on all the fucking time. So why isn't someone trying to put their boot on my neck? That's how it always is in Borderlands. Oh, hey. Oh, hi.
I shall break through.
Can you not?
Whatever.
Here to make a food delivery? I don't need you existing right now. Thank you.
I'm taking
You're
what's
giving me
mine.
goosebumps in a bad way.
One second.
Got your food here.
I'll make
How
sure.
about letting me in so I can say sorry for how long it took?
Fine. But it better be real wet and soggy or no tip.
Real wet and soggy. What the fuck type of food do you want?
Good. Now here's your tip. Never give us that throw waiting. This is your last delivery, John Bucket.
Bitch tried to kill me without even giving me a goddamn tip. Looks like y'all are dead.
One ripper and you think you're all that? You are nothing!
Ooh, look at all that. Ooh. Is that motherfucker dead yet? He's dead. Oh, we got an ice head.
Hey! Get me out of here before it's my turn! I promised myself I'd never enter another cage after last time! Help!
It's just one of those days.
Everyone definitely noticed I was gone and You're gonna
Hi,
be
girl.
okay. I'll get you out of there. I'd totally kiss you if I could. And if, like, you wanted to.
She wants to kiss.
Wait, no. They're gonna sacrifice me to the void.
I don't want to be voided! I'm very anti-void!
How do I stop it? I keep pressing the wrong fucking buttons. Okay, yeah, I just keep following them. Hey, okay, there we go. Oh, it's an actual fucking void.
Oh, it's a literal void. Metal, actually.
That explosion drive is clearly malfunctioning! Move me away from it!
Oh.
Don't do take-backs!
We need to kill the guy that's operating that thing. We need to go over there to do it.
Nothing pops my bubble.
Crane operator clearly takes his job.
Oh, he's a big boy.
Mandated break!
Come on, bitch. Man, Electrohead's been dead.
It's not that I'm not curious about what being consumed by a void will feel like. I'd just rather it happen in another 50 years or so. I'm alive?
You gotta go all the way up there? Holy shit.
You know, I'm starting to kind of like it and... Oh, wait! No, I'm not! What is happening?
Are you looking into the void? Because it might be looking back at you. Just saying. I should keep your eyes off of it. Uh-oh. It's malfunctioning.
Conway, crane controls are busted. Gonna try shutting down the implosion drive.
In space, that drive would warp the ship elsewhere. If you can power the engines instead, that may trigger their launch systems and take all the implosion drive's power.
Is there a guy over there? Oh my god, there's a Ripper still alive.
Maybe our only chance of getting a functioning drive for our ship. Wanna die?
You wanna die?
This would be way worse if I was scared of heights. Which I am!
There. What's up, little guy? Okay. Okay. Yeah. I don't know why I keep going into my gosh darn thing. Oh.
Both engines will need to be powered if we want to shut this void down.
Okay. Oh, big guy.
If I
Hit him.
by it, I think the void's kind of beautiful. But I am. So.
Muzzle brake guns. Order. Let's see if I'm using our order one.
You're giving me goosebumps in a bad way.
Oh, that really fucked him up. Okay, shit. Let's check on to see what that guy dropped. Pistol damage, reload speed, and melee. Gun splash radius. Potential better shield as well. Not for me. Right. I'll leave these greens on the ground because I have a feeling there's a few more blues or higher to pick up. Ta-da!
Now launch that ship to nowhere!
Oh, do I need to stay back over there?
Fingers crossed this actually powers down the void instead of enveloping all of us immediately!
Okay, just keep continuing going over here. Whee! Whee!
Nice. We avoided certain death.
Oh, you did.
Wow, I'm sorry. The fear of imminent death clearly affected my humor in a negative way. I thought that was it for me.
I'm just glad that log led me to you in time. No taking for the win.
Oh, could you keep what I said in them just between us? Thanks.
Sure thing.
Sure
But don't make
thing.
me just yet. Turbulence ahead.
What are you... Oh no!
Oh.
Oh, you were right. I'd like those things back, please.
You forgot the dessert!
What?
I'm gonna devour everything in your...
Oh, we killed that guy. Oh my god. He has a shit ton of shield. And Chug's about dead. Wow, he did not have a chance to survive that. That's funny, we actually had backup for that. It is better, but I don't wanna get rid of the electrical damage. That makes any sense. Okay. Let's go back to you.
Oh, Conway, you're all right. We got here as soon as we could.
Hey, all's well that ends... It me not being void food.
I may have slowed us down.
Maybe you'll finally start joining me for cardio.
Absolutely not. All right, I think I'm okay now. Hold on. Is that?
A semi-functioning implosion drive?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's good. That's very, very good. Vault Hunter, when you have a moment, I could use a bit of your time. Semi-functioning can become functional.
Oh no, it's another bot.
This changes everything.
I'm gonna ban that bot. Yeah, I've seen that message before, like a month or two ago, and I think that's what bots are trying to do now. Is they're trying to get you in contact in different forms or formats. And it's like, ah, you little sneaky little bitches. Fight or the pod. All right.
Mind assisting with the implosion drive? Mind assisting with the implosion drive?
So long as it's not going to power on and suck me into that void I saw, I'm in.
I guarantee nothing. The drive is malfunctioning due to power flow issues. There's an order plant nearby that should be able to reset its electrical core. Conway and I can transport it there and leave the order control to you. A real implosion drive. This is the most excited I've felt in...
Maybe ever.
I'm happy for you? Or sorry? Whichever fits best, I'm that one.
Wait. You said push, right? Push explosion. Okay. Ooh.
Perhaps I should detail my plan further. Don't worry, for your sake. I'll do so in layman's terms.
Why use this layman guy's words instead of your own?
Rush, I don't really know how to respond to that.
He doesn't know the term layman's term.
What was that?
Nothing. Please continue about this Mr. Layman and your obvious reverence for his terms.
Right. Well, the implosion drive is damaged, but as with a human heart, we can use the facility's generator to, let's say, jumpstart it back into sync.
That sounds, let's say, incredibly dangerous.
I know. But we have to try.
He's right. The functioning implosion drive massively increases.
What happened to the lighting? That was weird.
Not to mention, this plan only has a small chance of causing the planet to collapse all of its mass into an object the size of a blueberry.
Fun.
But no more than, say, 40%.
Well, seems like you got this handled, so I'll start prepping the ship for the drive's installation. Good luck.
Well, I guess I'll meet him to the current destination. Try and avoid all and if any combat. So I have a feeling some guys are respawning, and we don't want to have to deal with those guys again. I don't think I leveled up, right? No. I got some SDU rewards. Jackass. Oh, that's probably not bad guys. That's for probably good people, man. Those were good people you ran over.
You're close, because we've got ourselves a little point of order.
These lunatics are firing at an incredibly unstable implosion drive capable of blueberrying us all. Calling it a little point does not describe the situation accurately.
Hunter, find us while I explain to him what a pun is. Ah, just in time. Now let's get rid of these order pests.
Come on now. What are you guys attacking?
Hell, now, brown cow.
Now, brown cow. It's still charging.
Let's get serious.
There we go. We're getting attacked from the front now. Yay. Please don't tell me you guys are trying to fight those, are you? I'm just gonna get closer to this and pretend that you guys aren't trying to fight all those assholes.
Thankfully, the implosion drive is intact. It still needs protection.
Ordnance cooldown.
I got this.
How now, brown cow? How now, brown? Oh. Open loading bay.
Don't let them take the implosion drive!
Or damage it!
Oh, dear Lord. God, another 20 plus seconds. Why does everything take so fucking long in video games? See, I wouldn't be saying that if I wasn't a parent. It's like, I wouldn't complain about how long certain things take, but time has been such a luxury these days. It was like, oh man, anytime I actually have time to do anything except for taking care of the kids, it has been a fucking luxury and a half. Even more so with Laura. Anytime she gets the chance to even play a game, it's like a godsend. It's like, holy crap, she gets to have some video game time? Oh my god.
The generator on the lower level is our goal. That's where you can zap the drive back into sync. Or, implode us all.
Mm-hmm. It feels strange that you were the one who scouted out the place.
What? I'll have you know, I've got the vision of a floodwing.
And the stealth of a clomping wild horn.
Remember when you tried to steal a look at Russia's protein bar recipe and literally fell into the water?
Nope, I remember no such thing.
Really do like this gun though. Even if it's not like the cryo is what I'm liking it for, it does some damage, man. I love guns that have good DPS. It makes things feel so much smoother. Doesn't feel like I'm lacking in anything.
They really don't like us here, huh? Let's finish this and get back to HQ.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all got this handled. I'll stay on comms while I go give the ship some love. Try not to die. Or ruin our best chance at getting off Kairos. In that order.
Yeah.
As if the pressure weren't enough already. I need to sit down.
Or am I meeting them somewhere else? I'm not going with them. Guess I'll meet them out in the back. Probably way up there.
I've got a new algorithm for you.
Win.
Kairos requires your sacrifice.
No, it doesn't. What the hell happened to my aiming? Just like snapped upwards. Like, what the fuck? Alright. Just wants me to go across. I could do that. Doo-doo-doo-doo.
Guess we'll have to drain the reservoir to proceed. The generator should be okay. If not...
Think we've reached our quota of planetary implosion reminders? Thanks.
I thought we'd have to...
What the hell?
...with the fear that it'd never get far enough away to contact anyone. But with an implosion drive, now we really have a chance.
Let's hold off on celebrating until this bad boy is charged up and back at HQ safe.
Oh, it's too late for that one. Hope is infectious. People can hardly focus around here. But you're right. We can't get ahead of ourselves. When the dream of getting off Kairos is so close.
Well, it looks like we have a fight. Oh, shit. Okay, never mind. It looks like I'm having to do this the hard way. And there's wardens or pushovers now. Well, they've always kind of been pushovers, but even more so. I think sometimes the aim assist does. I wonder if I can tone it down a bit, because sometimes like it kind of fucks up my aim a little. So I'll be like holding down or pushing up, and while I'm trying to shoot, it will try and maybe correct a little, like overcorrect a little too much. And that's probably why sometimes you guys see me shoot at nothing, is because I think the auto aim is overcorrecting and it's fucking up my aim. Because I sometimes feel like I'm holding down, but it's staying in the same exact position. I have a feeling like, I wonder if there's a sensitivity with auto aim. Because I'm playing with the controllers, so usually having not auto aim, but like an aim assist tends to help a little bit. But if it's too strong, it can kind of fuck up your stuff. Wait, my field of view is 75? Ooh, let's change that. Usually 90 or 100 is good. Vehicle, yeah, let's just go the same thing, 90. I don't know why it was at 75. Holy shit. It doesn't say it's going to affect the overall performance. Would probably be under controls. Toggle glide. Toggle ads. Snap to target. Snap to target is not a problem. It's more of the aim assist and its strength. Can I change the strength of it? Recentering? No, it's not a problem. Maybe it's to this? No? I can always just turn it off, maybe. So all I need to do is have a snap to target and I'll be alright. Maybe if I turn it off, it'll probably be better. So let's see what happens if I turn it off. It'll probably feel a lot better.
Existence.
No, I think it might be the snapping. Like, the snap to target is a little weird. So I think it is a snap to target. And if the snap to target is what kind of jolts my aim a little, then I'm gonna have to potentially... It's weird. That's only with ads though. I mean, yeah, I think I usually have my problems with the ads. So, I don't know. ADS. Just trying to get a better accuracy when it comes to these weapons. Maybe I should be a little less aggressive with my trigger pulls, so that way I can increase my accuracy a little bit. So if I can't fix the aiming problem in Borderlands 4, I can always just compensate. So I'll compensate with trigger control. So I'll try and control how aggressively I use the trigger at times. So that way I don't look like a person that doesn't know how to fucking aim. It's like, don't shoot until it's there. Sometimes I like to lead my target, but I don't have to do that. Oop. See, like, I'll be pushing up and it won't go up. It's so weird. Maybe I'm just not doing it strong enough. Maybe we need a little bit more aggressive with the trigger? I don't fucking know. Well, trigger, but analog stick. Maybe the analog stick needs to be pushed a little bit harder for it to be corrected. Give me a second. I wonder if I'm going the right way. Am I even needing to be here? Oh no.
That's glad you are.
No. No, we need to lower the thing first. Then we probably go in there. There's a reason why I can go in. Or maybe I'm going. No. Yep.
All right. It protects its facilities. You can practically stop an alarm by sneezing in here.
Ah! Mind turning those things off? Hard to focus over here.
Quit snooping on the call if it's bothering you.
No can do. Sitting in silence is a one-way road to Sad Town.
The alarms triggered a generator shutdown. Obnoxious, but at least we know they have some safety protocols in place. A simple reset should do the trick.
Third. This is the area, right? Yeah. Oh yeah. Oop. Oop. That was a little too. Kind of fucked myself over that. Wait. Who there? Guess I was a badass, that's why. He has some health on him. We gotta avoid. There we go. The gravity mine's interesting. All right, I need to get up there. Howdy. Why didn't you do it? It's a little stupid, but sure.
Clearly working as intended.
Saying that when one thing goes wrong, others tend to follow.
Yeah.
Better than I'd like.
It's like if someone made a factory really badly.
The water to cool the generator, it overheated. I should have caught that. I'm sure the Order has some replacement parts on hand. Mind playing mechanic, too?
For a reactor, sure.
So you're aware the launch will only be Conway and a few crew members. It's too much of a risk to send more now. As much as I wish I could join, I can't just leave everyone here to fend for themselves, you know? I know Conway understands, but something seems off.
Mm-hmm.
It's like their laughter no longer includes their eyes. Does that make sense? I don't know. Have they said anything to you?
Not directly, but if it were me, I'd try putting on a brave face too. Even if I were being eaten up inside.
I think I understand. Thank you.
Got the parts.
Wonderful. Just need to be slotted into the generator and we're back on track.
You bots are getting really weird. Oh no. I have to ban that bot too. You don't speak like a normal human being. And the bots are getting weird. I don't know. I if that was a person, you need to speak a little bit more normally. I'm sorry. If you are a normal human being, I'm sorry I banned you, but You speak too much like a bot, dude. I was like, nah, I gotta ban you. If that's how you speak, I'm gonna have to just ban you on the sheer principle because you sounded like a bot there.
Errors or alarms, although I can definitely still hear them. Sure, that's not indicative of any lasting hearing damage.
I'm sure I have some hearing damage too. I've been to some loud fucking concerts in my life. In my lifetime. Man, I think the one concert that really blew out my ears in the past has been like the was it Metallica and Godsmack concert? That really fucking destroyed my ears. It's like, holy shit. That and the Nine Inch Nails with, I think they were touring with, I forgot who they were. Oh, it was like Nine Inch Nails and I don't know. Nine Inch Nails was a loud concert too, though. I didn't know his wife sang with the band at times, depending on the songs. It's like, oh, so if there's a female on stage singing with Trent Reznor, apparently that's his wife. I was like, oh. I tried looking up his wife, and apparently she doesn't have her own like albums or anything like that. She just like, I guess she's like a guest singer with the band at times. That or she just doesn't have her music on Spotify. That's probably one reason. It's like, she could be one of those people that don't like her music on Spotify. That makes sense.
I'd convinced myself I'd never leave Kairos or see my family again. It was easier.
Is your family not in Kairos apparently?
Emotionally debilitating. But suddenly, it feels good to hope again.
You're feeling human emotion?
What?
Conway!
Wait 1 second. I leveled up apparently. I don't know when that happened, but I did. Let's see. You know what? Let's go back to basics. Let's see what's up here. Story percentage of missing action points when killing. You know what? I use mainly kinetic weapons, don't I? I don't know why I haven't put points into that.
It's so easy.
7.5%. That is actually pretty nice, especially when you're using an automatic fucking weapon. It's pretty good.
We've all been sitting with the dread that we never leave. Even Rush. For all of his upbeat energy. We're gonna do this. I know it.
He's dead. God bless America. And only America.
Right. So if you have a god to pray to, or I don't know,
Things
with now would be the time. Because here comes the potentially catastrophic part.
I fend off catastrophe every hour or so.
There we go. Alright, you want me to press the button? Potentially, we're all gonna die. It's fun. That's fun. Ooh. Yeah, if there's any ammo I need. Go through the lockers. Alright, let's see what happens.
It's like they heard me be optimistic for once.
You know, it might have made more sense to clear out the plant before bringing the implosion drive in here.
What do I need to do? Oh, defend the implosion. Fuck. We gotta, what?
Recorded it for posterity. Thanks, bud.
Wait, where did that come from? Oh shit. Oh lord. I'm gonna have to blow you the fuck up. This is such a stupid ordnance weapon. Ooh, hey, there's a potential weapon to check out. What the fucking fuck? That thing doesn't have a health bar, right? I don't have to really worry about it.
Shut down!
Bitches get stitches.
Who are these people?
I wonder if I need to be outside this circle too, though.
Everything looks operational. We have
Oh,
functioning
guess we're good.
drive. We're in the clear.
Oh, thank God. How about you knock on wood too?
No.
Wait, what?
I think it's okay. Phew, my heart sure isn't, but at least it's still beating. Can you do the honors of retrieving the drive? I'd dive down there myself, but I have a thing against emptying the contents of my stomach, surrounded by stuff that likely already resembles the contents of my stomach.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
It smells like someone left out a stew.
Sludge maw. Where the fuck is this sludge maw?
Out of an even older stew.
Where the fuck is it? Oh, there it is.
What the inside of my coffin would smell like after a while. Now I know. Oh, come on.
Oh, it's like this place is trying to get us all blueberried.
Pop up again one more time, bitch. My God, this thing has some health on it. Let's see, I'm trying to figure out. Let's do some corrosive damage on you. Wait, are those? Oh, those are fucking eggs. Oh shit, bitch. Oh, what the fuck? Wait. Oh, what? Oh, wait. Oh, thank you. Ooh. That was kind of fucked. I don't know what happened there.
Have yourself a feast.
Oh, no, it's only doing. Let's see. Sticky. Ooh, that sticky does damage. Oh, there's a legendary. Nice. Alright, let's see what we got. Let's see. Armor segment breaks, grants immunity to damage for 2 seconds. Spunky grants up to 10% damage dealt skilled with broken armored segment. And missile swarm. Ooh, is that automatic? Armor segment break launches 3 missiles, each dealing 133 damage. You don't have to cry about it. It's an onion, apparently. I think I might actually equip that. Ooh. I'm taking that too. What we got here? Take it, sell it. So that means I have 2 legendary things. I have a legendary, what, rifle and a shield. Vampiric grenade. I don't think I'm going to find a siren class for a while that's going to beat the current one I have. Ooh, assault rifle damage though. 24%. That's only one of the type of damages I want. I see I get overall gun damage like 15% for any gun that I'm using. So that's actually really nice. Let's just double check. And due to the fact it does electricity and fire. But the DPS though. It's always the fucking DPS with these motherfuckers. Alright.
And I think we're good.
Still alive.
Still alive? No implosion? Time for some fresh air.
Wait, so are we not dragging that thing back? Cool. I don't think we can carry that thing anyway. Unless we're the other guy.
Oh, yeah, that's the good stuff.
Oh yeah, I don't have a shield. It turns into armor.
I knew my plan would work. I'll escort the implosion drive back to HQ. It'll take quite some time for it to be fully installed and operational, though. Rush will get in touch. Oh, the drive is okay, right?
I'm great.
It
Thanks
is?
for asking. Yeah, it's fine. Hopefully there's not another Thresher down there waiting for you.
Wait, that was just a joke, right?
Have fun.
Find out. If you don't come back, I'll know.
Oh, I was just lost in thought. Hello.
Hey, before I forget, I just wanted to say thanks. This is a huge step toward our goal, and it only happened because of your help. Honestly, pinching myself that we actually got this far. Like Rhodes said, it'll take a while to install the drive. We gotta be extra careful with it, but I'll definitely be in touch. Stay safe out there.
You too, buddy. Alright, let's... excuse me. Let's go to... Let's go here. Yeah, let's go here. Sell some stuff. Ah, you doing some yoga? That's good.
If you got the creds, they think I'm no shit. I used to have one just like you, and your wallet are welcome anytime.
Oh, more.
I did a tight 5 for these guys, and they didn't laugh once. Now I'll get the final laugh.
Some creatures are pets. Others want to rip the skin off your face. We're having trouble with the latter kind. Rivers are dangerous, sure.
I wonder if bounties are just endless.
How about stealing some stolen goods?
I don't know if they are or not. That's why I'm just constantly kind of doing them passively. See if they are endless or not. Not sure. Oh, we got a shit ton of rewards. Out of bounds, paint job, and a shield. Another paint job for Echo. Damn, okay. Out of bounds, Vault Hunter style. Wingman, Vault Hunter style. And another paint job. Damn, okay, we got some customizations. Okay. Something about the echo log. What's going on? Hello world. Oh, yeah. Oh, let's check out those customizations. Oh, yeah. Not enough. Yeah, definitely not enough. Never hurts. With my main weapon, yeah, it doesn't hurt at all. Okay, let's see. This is the out of bounds. Ooh, kind of like that. Compared to the one I have. Loud or subtle? Loud, subtle. Then this one's, ooh, this one's slick. This one's the wingman. I like the I like the jacket. They like the actual material. Turns into something a little cooler. It's like, ooh. Oh, something about the orange hair though just kind of fits her. I don't know. What about Echo? Maybe there's something for Echo I like. Then guarded, the pink. I don't know. It's got to be something like really out there to have me change from the orange aesthetic. You don't get a lot of characters that have that like orange that kind of works with them. Wait, did it turn to very hard now, or has it always been very hard? It's like, will it always be very hard? I don't understand why. Technically, I don't think the enemies in that general vicinity are insanely difficult. They've been here before, I think, kinda. Wait, Moxie's Big Encore? Activate Moxie's Big Encore station to replay a boss fight? What? I've been here before, though. So weird. Well, let's see. Any other side missions? Let's go up here and claim whatever this one is. Savage Salvage. I mean, I could probably just do Taskmaster. I'll do Taskmaster after this one I pick up. Or the her mission. Wait, where'd it go? Okay. It's like, don't do that. Sometimes the little GPS thing doesn't work so well in this game. You have to be like very patient with it. And it likes to dip underneath the map sometimes too, which is probably very confusing to people. Like, what in the fuck? Oh, what the hell did I hit? One second. SOS?
Survivor. Said something about tunnels. Should head closer to the source of the signal.
Okay, where'd this guy go? Somewhere over there? Or, oh, upwards. Whee!
A mysterious
Okay.
locked door. Now we're talking.
I heard some yelling. We got rippers.
Usually I'm a finders keepers kind of guy. But when it's rippers, then it's killers keepers.
You're dead. Yay.
No use chasing the rippers underground until I know the survivor is still alive. Gotta boost the signal to his comms.
1 second. Oh, did not need to do that. Okay, gotta boost his. Do I use this thing to boost his comms? There's no interaction button, so nope. Oh, I hear. Oh, there it is. How do we get up there? Ah. That's how I get up there. What does that say? Try and find something with an antenna. It tends to usually be the source.
Nice. A signal.
Oh, yeah. Fun.
Get on it.
Get him, boy.
Have yourself a feast.
I'm just gonna go down there and kick some ass. There we go. Good job, bud. I want to see the light leave your eyes. Badass. You're a badass. I don't know. You're gonna not die like a badass.
Talk about a successful outing. Great job.
Oh, I finished, what do you call it? Finished a bounty. That's why he's talking to me. He's like, what the fuck? Why are you talking in this mission? It's like, were you involved in all these missions? I mean, it's understandable because he's the head of that little, you know, group of survivors, but still. Come on, man.
Almost got it. Let's hope whoever's on the other side is alive and worth it.
Alright. Looks like they have him captive. Oh, you're gonna try and eat him?
Sounds like Tasty Face is my key to the ship's loot. As long as the Rippers don't eat him alive first.
Is this how you treat guests? To season them like meat? It is?
What in the fuck? Weird little complex. Ta-da!
I knew I shouldn't have taken this delivery. I just needed some extra cash to start my modeling career.
Modeling? Hey, is he a handsome son of a bitch? Guess we'll find out.
What's wrong with you all? Do you not hear me?
Oof. Crash landed right on top of a Ripper base. Man, that's some shit luck.
Okay.
You're making my skin crawl.
Oh, you're dead. Oh, you have your own black hole. Cool. Oh, is that a... No, not a legendary. Oh, is it? No, those are armor fragments. It's a shotgun that potentially has... sure. Alright, let's see if Pretty Boy is actually pretty. Or...
I knew my beautiful shrieks would echo through these halls.
Did they get to your face, dude?
Everything in the locked cargo hold is all yours.
Ooh, locked cargo, huh? Now you're speaking my language.
Dude, you don't look like them all.
You lead the way, and I'll cover you.
Just seeing the, you know, the other, most of your exposed face.
I remember crashing, just waking up in some weird drill machine being taken down here. This was supposed to be my final delivery, you know, before I start my modeling career that you were thinking I should have as soon as you saw me. It was going great until our navigation went down out of nowhere.
Oh.
What was that?
Hey, welcome to the club. We don't give out cookies.
I don't fight. Or do anything that risks roughing up my hands.
So, I'll leave this to you. This elevated outside exercise cannot be good for me.
You like it! Head, butt,
Is that a gravity mine? Oh, right. Where the fuck is that guy going?
I can't be trusted with this! Come on!
Trouble? Where'd Trouble go? Must have been focusing on something else.
Let's get out of here. You're really good at killing.
Mm-hmm.
Almost unnervingly so.
Got lots of practice. Thousands, if not, thousands and thousands of games worth killing experience.
They can smell my high-end citrus lotion.
What in the hell are they dropping there? Oh, why are they picking up? Oh, there must be a badness coming out of that. I'm assuming something's coming out of that.
Bye.
Who needs it? Who deserves it?
Let's go. I'm itching to get out of here. I really hope the itching isn't because this planet's air doesn't like my lotion.
That drill's the one they brought me down here in. It's gotta work to get us out too, right?
Wait, you're gonna... Wow, she's gonna go into the... She's gonna just go so deep into the earth that he doesn't know what to do. I wouldn't go in there. I'd just find a way out.
Damn it! Guess out of gas.
No worries. Looks like this is the refueling station. Let me crank it up.
Let's see, I need to go up there. Somehow. Thought that would have led up there, but no. Do they not have stairs that go up where you need to go? I guess not. They don't have stairs apparently.
Beautiful to be killed in a tunnel. The lighting here is terrible.
Have yourself a feast.
Go, go. There we go. Damn. I don't think I did that. Oh shit. Ooh. Hey. No. Ow, what the fuck? What the hell is that? Shit that's coming out of nowhere. Cool.
It's all fueled up. Let's get drilling.
Let's see. Bullseye grenade and heavy ordnance, but it's not the thing I like. I want another rocket launcher. There's a rocket launcher that beats my rocket launcher, then damn. It's going to sideways. It doesn't slow down. It only goes. There's only one gear.
Still owe me some loot.
Whoa, that doesn't sound good. Did he go over the side? Oh.
I'm gonna fall. Another way I don't want to die.
How do I help you? Okay, there we go.
Thank you. It's like this place is trying to.
And Spartan kick him in the chest.
I'm not sure which is worse.
Welcome to Kairos. Better get used to it.
Oh, hey, that's the cargo right there. Oh, talk about lucky drilling.
Oh, this?
Lucky for me, I can access the locked cargo from my data pad far away from anything that.
Or no, oh, he means this.
We've got company. Just keep working on that data pad.
Oh, go down there and kick their ass? Sure. I can do that. Man, I'm killing the badasses a little too quickly. Ryan just came on easy mode, apparently. Playing on normal difficulty. I'm kicking their asses a little way too easily. What? What's that? Oh, he finally jumped down. Okay, cool. So.
The thing is, none of us knew what we were transporting. The cargo list was blank, but for all I know, it could be candy or stuffed animals.
You're not just saying that because you do know what's inside and want it all for yourself now that you're safe, right?
What? No! I'd never lied to you.
Okay, I think it should be unlocked now. You know, the stress wrinkles I've gotten today have probably scotched that modeling career. You know, maybe I could do what you do. Above average looking hero for hire?
What?
Damn, plot twist.
Did I miss something? Oh shit. Oh.
Here's your snack, Trouble.
There we go.
That's what we were transporting? It could have gotten out and eaten us.
Wait, you were transporting a thresher?
Not okay with that, not one bit.
Oh, it could have been way worse.
Right. Well, thanks again. Enjoy your
Excuse me.
revolting loot. And if you have any career advice, I'll be in a hot bath somewhere for the next 6 months. Ta-ta.
Ooh, leveled up too. Okay, let's go with the purple one first. You know, I probably won't change from this legendary thing until I really want to. Sell all those when I get the chance. Okay, it looks like all of it. What is this? Oh, Rift Champion. Sure. Might as well see if this guy drops some dope ass loot. Oh yeah. Whoa, what the fuck are you?
Let's get serious.
Oh, we need to wait. We need to change because he's not. As I was saying, ice is not gonna do anything to him. He's already icy. Wait, we got impact. Does it have sticky? Oh, it does. Oh, sticky damage always does so good. Oh, he's gonna die after this reload. He healed. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, that should kill him. Wait, oh, he ain't dead. Now he did. What's this? Okay. Get all this money. Okay. Yep. Looks like I need to stop by the store. Hey, thanks for the follow. Oh, never mind. Oh, wait. Yeah, never mind. You are a bot, and you shall be banned. Never mind. Don't thank you for the follow. Because it's a fake follow. Son of a bitch. Man, even the bots are trying to follow the channel now. Oh, son of a bitch. I have to report that to freaking Twitch. Man, the bots are out in force today. It's insane. Radiation damage. I don't need another gun that does radiation damage. Was it 2 types of... Oh. It does incinerate and it does radiation, but I guess it's like a little weird little visual glitch there. It's weird. Okay, let's stop by town real quickly and sell anything we don't use. Boom, boom.
My diagnosis? You gotta bet this here. No, you think I'm on used. That'll no, this here. No, this here's a that'll no, I'll bite it. I'll bite you. This you want this bet. You and your wallet are welcome.
1.5 mil. Just selling all that shit. That's fantastic.
I'd offer to share, but
oh, what in the shit is going on? It's gotten better. I got 2 detection. I'm trying to find this vault key fragment. I just don't know if I should using that one thing. Oh, 3. We're getting closer. Which way? Oh, it might be over here. Or it could be on that tram. Oh, no. Oh, over here. Nope. Okay, so it's closer to potentially the center. I have a feeling maybe over here. I have a feeling it's up top on that. I just gotta figure out how to get there. Vault key could actually might not be on top of something. It could be in something. You guys sure you want to pick this fight?
Sorry, not sorry.
Oh yeah, we're definitely on top of this bitch. Oh, is it right there? It's our first key fragment.
Oh yeah, definitely not geeking out over this. Nope, totally chill.
Okay, so if there is a key fragment nearby, it'll probably be like a question mark of some kind on the map itself in that general vicinity. So if that's the case, key fragment's over here. Somewhere over there. Do I have a fast travel location? Yes, I do. I'm trying to find myself just another key fragment. If they're that fucking easy to find, I might as well just... Who knows? We'll see. I wonder what happens when I find all the key fragments. Alright.
Woo!
Woo! Woo, woo, woo. Woo, woo.
That's right.
Okay, it's probably gonna be in here. Let's kind of have to get there somehow. Let's get off this damn thing. All right, what do we got here? Guess I haven't been here. Hark, knave.
Yo! You fuck just opened up!
That sucks. You're right in the water too. No more you shall live. Oh, god damn it, fucking gosh. How dare you? And your stupid thing.
Trouble's back and looking.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think we're at the point now in the game to where we stop picking up the greens and only pick up blues and higher. Potentially. Unless we're really hurting on money, which I don't think I am. I think we're doing pretty fucking good on money. Okay, it's somewhere. Is it up top or is it somewhere? I hear it. Oh, it's right there.
Oh yeah, definitely not geeking out over this. Nope, totally chill.
I'm just gonna keep saying that every time I find one. I mean, there'd be too many fragments. Fragments. Feels like there should be a boss right here. A water sea battle. Sea boss. Some type of kraken. I don't know why I haven't picked up the vault key fragments in the whole entire time I've played this game. Ah, there's an echo over there too. Might as well pick it up. Since I'm in this general vicinity. I'm not in any rush to beat this game right now. Did I level up again? Damn. I keep missing when I actually level up. Oh, let's put a point in first before I actually open those boxes. Let's see. Blood is magic. Let's see. Increased damage. Actually, where is that melee damage for a big boy? Or is there some overshield though? Is it this? Kill skill effectiveness. Melee damage or ordnance damage for minion. Yeah. Let's keep making you a little. Well, you're beefy, but you're also going to deal some damage too. I want that to be the case. All right. Got a pistol. Got a submachine gun. Is that legendary? It is. Legendary submachine gun. Potentially could be better. I don't know. We'll see what the special properties of it is. And sniper rifle. Alright. Ow? I'm comparing it. Am I actually comparing it to the thing? Yeah, I am. Better DPS. Submachine gun of all fucking things. Doesn't have any elemental damage. That's probably why. Oh, no, it does. It does corrosive damage. 12% chance, though. But Let's see, when it comes to a submachine gun, everything else is so much better. It's just the impact of the gun is not the greatest comparatively. But what the fuck? Let's see. Pimple Mouse. Hitting enemies, dealing 11 damage. Oh, wait. Hitting enemies deals 11 damage to you and grants a... Wait. Stack of cruelty. And kill. Wait. Is there a little... Let me put that to the test. I don't know if I should use that weapon. Does it mean like physically hitting people or actually hitting them with ranged weapon? Because I'm a little confused by that, like how they were trying to say it. I was like, okay, let me get into a fight real quickly with something and see if I lose health while shooting him. Oh, I do get hurt. That's only when they die, I think. But I get over shield. That is such a weird fucking weapon. I take damage, but I get over shield. That is so fucking weird. I have no clue how I feel about that. I'm sure there's a reason why it's legendary though. So I'm gonna let's look at the properties one more time because it's so weird. It's such a weird fucking weapon. Was I doing any corrosive damage with that? Those things died way too fast. Yeah, the gun charges before it fully auto fires. It does corrosive damage. Yeah, that's... Oh, then it's so weird that the fucking tubes on it throbs. What the fuck weapon do I have? Holy shit. Oh yeah, I was gonna go for Echo Log. Yeah, kill some things.
Sorry, not sorry.
That's so weird. Oh, did I not play the... Oh, I probably didn't play the Echo because I had was in combat.
This is prisoner 437011-K. They don't let us use our names or else they make us do bad things to ourselves.
Oh, fun.
As part of my re-education, I'm required to log daily attestations to demonstrate remorse, so log 1019.
Oh no, I only have 1,000. 1,500,000. Oh.
I hereby acknowledge and affirm my guilt. I understand that the Order alone keeps Kairos alive. I understand that Kairos' survival is paramount to the survival of the universe. I understand that by placing my selfish intentions above those of the Order, I threaten the Order and therefore all life throughout the universe. I regret my actions and sincerely repent for walking on grass without authorization. I swear to never make the same mistake or any other mistake knowingly or otherwise. End of log.
You know, if you walk on grass, you don't kill the grass, right? Does people not understand that? If anything, it actually helps the grass because technically, depending on what's on your shoe or what's on your feet, could actually help make the grass be a little bit healthier in the long run. Because compression to grass does not hurt it. You know, there's a reason why you don't have lines of like dead grass when you're mowing the lawn. Because if every time we mow the lawn and we put compression to the actual grass itself, it would be an issue. We would probably never mow the grass. Okay. Actually, is there a quicker way for me to ammo vendor splash zone? Doesn't splash zone have like a certain weapon that a lot of people like? People farm the shit out of splash zone. Heard about that in the past. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. Oh my god, these fucking bots are just endless. What is going on? What is it about this Monday? The one day I can actually stream. Twitch is just fucking loaded with bots. How many bots is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. At least 4 bots in the span of like, was it 2 hours? 4 bots in the span of 2 hours I've had to ban. Doing the same fucking message, which is wild. They must think I'm retarded. Wild. It's so stupid. Like, what the fuck is wrong with everyone that makes the bots too, or uses the bots to try and scam people? I mean, yeah, due to the fact you're trying to scam people, that already makes me think you're super desperate in life to begin with. You're doing something that is like borderline illegal. Not quite illegal, but illegal. Depends on how you scam people, I guess. Sometimes you can get... It's funny, because a lot of the scammers, they technically are in the gray area of like, can they be arrested for it? Most of the times, no. Do they have a legitimate business? Hell no. Oh, I need a... Wait, is it doing that one thing where... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's doing that one thing. Yeah, I don't know why. I didn't have to do that. Bam! I love doing that. Oh. This feels good too. You can feel the impact of like hitting someone with a big ass bike. Or bike. I just wish my bad boy would move just a little bit faster left or right though. But it's a heavy piece of equipment. Can't wait to find some more skins for the bike though. That'd be nice. Oh, I think I know what side mission we're about to get. It's that one thing that I saw when I was doing the on that one pilot. And I was like saying, what the hell is that? I think I know what we're about to come across. Oh god.
Welcome to the Fenway Cup. It's not too late to get in on this athleting and participating, or just spectating and rubbernecking.
1 second. I guess I'm participating. Whatever the fuck type of race is this? It looks like a race.
Sounds like I'll hate it. I'm in.
I'm gonna hate the shit out of this.
We got some swimming, some cycling, and some other.
Oh, it's a triathlon.
You'll figure.
Kind of.
Just be quick about it. Finish on time, and you win. Easy as pie.
Swim, cycle, doohickey, thingamabob. Got it.
Head to that starting line so we can get at it.
Okay.
On your marks. Get your steps. And go. All right. Get to swimming and follow them flares.
So you just want me to swim? I can't cycle? I guess they'll tell me when I can cycle.
So far, I don't hate it as much as I thought I would.
How about your speeder bike? Get to riding.
Hell yeah, brother. Let's go. That's what I was waiting for. Give me the permission to go on my goddamn bike.
Starting to hate how much I don't hate this.
Watch is this one of many fucking triathlon bullshit things I have to do. Wait, which direction do I go? Which direction do I go? I'm assuming this direction. I don't know which direction. Wait, what the fuck? Okay.
I can buff that out. Whatever.
As long as I actually go through the checkpoint. So is there any running involved, or is it just a decathlon where I think it's 2, right? And triathlons do 3 things.
You're over halfway through it and through it over halfway.
Wait, what?
Grab that doohickey and run as fast as you can to the thingamabob at the finish line.
Yes, sir. Wait, where's the finish line? Wait, where do I go? I got 30 seconds to get this shit done. Do I throw it?
Well, I certainly don't hate.
Oh shit! Money, 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 money. Cool. Thanks. Cryo damage. Snipies. Thank you. Alright, well, thanks for the weird triathlon thing. Very weird. I don't know how I feel about it, but cool. Thanks. Alright, it looks like there's a bunch of ones over here, so I'll do that. But before I do that, oh, do we have a safe? Oh, we could probably unlock that. Before I pick that up, I'm going to try and pick up the safe house first. And oh yeah. Da, 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 da. Excuse me. Oh man. My throat is still destroyed after this whole week of being sick and shit. Uh-oh. Bike too chunky. Can't go through. What the fuck? Wait. What is he? Why does he have a giant? Why does he look special? I need to kill him. He has a kind of a name? I don't know. Weird. Oh shit. Oh, he's not dead yet? He must be like a loot goblin in a way. Holy shit! Yeah, I guess he's a loot goblin. Anytime, I thought I should have stopped and killed that guy. It's like, holy shit. Guy's dropping a shit ton of money and all kinds of other shit. Okay, let's see what the fuck this guy dropped. Pistol fire rate, gun status, effect damage. Not percentage though. Dude, percentage is more important. Heavy ordnance, but it's not a missile launcher. I'll take it. And let's see. Chaotic shotgun damage, maximum shield capacity, which I'm not using the shield right now, so it will not help. Fully loaded spring. Okay, yeah, I'm not using grenades anymore, so that doesn't matter. Let's pick up the blues first. Pick that bad boy up. Alright, let's pick up the rest of this stuff. There we go. Good job. Let's get at him. Fly! Fly right into it. I was trying to avoid that thing at all costs and he just ran right into it. Controlling this thing is so painful. Leave me alone! I should probably let whiskey out pretty soon, soon. I was waiting to see if I don't have any more coffee, but last time I waited more than 3 hours. Found out there was poop in the kitchen. I kind of don't want to have that repeat. Hey, thanks for the follow. Oh no, you fucking bots are insane. Get out of here, you stupid cunt. God, man. There's not bots on Twitch, it's bots somewhere else. Fucking assholes. Stop making the bots. Or stop using the same bot with different accounts. It's ridiculous. Stop coming to my channel. If you stop coming to my channel, you might have a little bit better time scamming people.
In a bad way.
What? Oh shit. Ow. Get away from me.
I'm gonna blow you to smithereens!
You're gonna blow me. You know, for a fucking submachine gun, it does some damage, dude. Oh, they're opening it.
Excuse me.
Hi.
If you can help, I have a possible cure for ripper
What?
that will end their pissy poor attitudes forever.
Okay, so you're a psycho, but you're kind of lucid?
I only need a few more items for my researchical harrowing. For my research.
Wait, you think you can cure the rippers?
I do.
That'd be nice.
My research is quite conclusive. I need both iridium and ordinite. Be sure they don't touch, though, unless you enjoy massive explosions in your face like I do. Excuse me. You'll find both minerals nearby. I can't risk leaving my machine, not with all those tasty basket cases running around.
Oh, before I do that, I wasn't trying to pick this up. I was trying to
a scientist before.
try and pick up that.
Before what? I mean, I'm a scientist now.
Hell yeah, you are. I just meant like.
I know what you meant. My current, regrettable state is better than the alternative. I was already researching gripper psychosis back when I still had.
Was that another? No, it's not another loot dude, but just kind of felt like it. Oh, shit.
You ripped yourself?
I did.
She did it voluntarily.
Environment allowed me to mitigate some ill effects. But
What? Is that a crossover?
surges with delicious juices.
Alright, I was gonna have to wait.
It was a curse, but also a blessing. It gave me the final insights needed.
Alright, don't I have... Yeah, a shotgun.
Like a hot meat bar.
Oh, shit.
Really pretty inspiring.
Ow, of a crashing mandible. Just to say,
What in the fuck is going on? Alright, I'm just trying to get to whatever this potential new safe house is. One, two, cheer-ba-doo. Right. Q. Had to check the phone real quickly because I don't know if, like, you never know if people are coming home early. It's like it shouldn't be the case. I really hope Lara's mom doesn't still have residual pink eye though. 'Cause, man, they bring home pink eye, it's gonna suck. Then we'll have another week of bullshit. God, how many of these are at the kill? Where's the badass? Oh, there you are. Get fucked. In a way, with this shield replacement, I still get shield, at least kind of in combat, as long as I kill something. So that overshield on top of the armor is actually pretty fucking good. I'm not complaining. If anything, it's better than what I had. As long as someone's not using that, constantly using acid on me, I'll be all right. I think that would probably be the only thing, is if they're using corrosive damage, whoo, I would not be good. I would not be in a good place. Okay, yeah, and oh yeah, we're still not at the safe house, right? Ah, damn it. Oh wait, could this be it? Yeah, this is potentially the safe house. Ah, there it is. Oh, and I think I picked up an echolog.
The Outbounders can breathe freely here, stretch their limbs and rest their bones.
More bounties. I appreciate you.
I really don't like to take anything from animals. We're all just trying to get by. But in the spirit of that, the Outbounders need to get by. So when you steal from these animals, just at least tell them they're good boys or girls.
Sure.
The wildlife has been getting too close for comfort lately. For someone to give us a bit of breathing room.
I totally forgot you could only have like 5 contracts at a time.
This freak has been chasing me all day! You gotta do something!
I'll help you when I help you.
Not sure what I'll do. So if you got not sure wait, you'll scratch. Not sure what that'll keep the up your grips as strong as your jaw, Vault Hunter.
Bunch of junk. All right.
Is it weird to ship weapons?
Okay, let's see. So go to my first objective. And that blue one's to kill Wingsley. I should probably do some of those more descriptive bounties. Gotta kill me some Wingsley, apparently. Alright, so it's gonna be in this general area. I'm trying to find what in there? Need to find... That doesn't tell me. I guess I'll find out. It's either the iridium or it's going to be something else. I just hope it's not bugged. And I really hope it's not in the actual building. So I'll be very disappointed. It's got to be in this general area. Ah, there it is.
We're good on the Ordinite.
Ordinite.
Fighting to have you bring me. Or you could go ahead and grab that iridium while you're out.
Grab the iridium. It'll be closer to certain death because they'll be next to each other. Oh, boop.
Target hit.
Gotta boop the snoot. Wait, oh, I'm in a general area. Okay. General area. Let's see. Where is that iridium? Nope, am I? Nope, still in the area. Iridium's gonna be glowing purple, so potentially. Oh, I found it.
We're good on the Iridium, too.
Success! Come on back and let's get this machine started.
Let's see what's going on over here first. Oh, shit. What the fuck? I just triggered something not good, too. Now, where's the champion? Where's the guy I need to kill? Or is there no guy? Oh, is the bubble not here anymore? Oh, did I miss my chance? Oh, I think it did. As I say, that time, or weird bubble thingy. It's not here anymore. Just gotta keep killing. Gotta keep killing. Gotta keep killing. Oh, hey. Wait 1 second.
See how you like.
Ooh, god damn. Ow.
I'm not hiding. I'm taking cover.
which is kind of hide. Taking cover is a form of hiding from damage. Let's see, submachine gun damage, which is perfect for the gun I'm currently using right now. Status effect chance of 16% increase and effect damage of 16%. See, if I was just using this, it would be, I would definitely probably just use that mod. Also, sadly, it's not for me though. It's for the other guy. So I can't use that mod anyway, even if I wanted to. Sad days. Alright, now that I did that, time for me to kind of go back. I'm trying to figure out what's... Okay, yeah, I'm going the right way. It's just very odd. I'm gonna have to kill some bitches. Now they're fighting each other.
Place the iridium and ordinite into the machine for me.
Yes.
Gentle. Otherwise, face melting explosion!
And they're in. Safe and sound. What's next?
Switch flipification! Everything should be prepared. Just flip the switch.
Flip the switch.
Wait, don't flip the switch!
Wait, what?
Catastrophe, Free-Boyd, and I had nearly forgot something. Details scream in my dark void these days. We need a simple transmission, unsophisticated processing device to keep the iridium and ordinite from reacting under electric current.
Sure, why not? Where do we get one?
The chips can be found implanted in the cephalic region of meatheads. There's one raking the flesh leaves outside. Bring me his. Please.
Oh, bring his head.
Cool with that? One meathead head coming up.
Cool.
So this cure, how's it gonna work?
It's a complicated termination of blood. Any brain trauma is a multifaceted challenge. We have to consider medical, psychological.
Hey, meathead! I need your meathead.
Ooh.
Bad guy! You bad guy!
Oh shit, he's up in the air. Alright, now I gotta tear his head off. Or wait. Oh. I was like, did his whole entire thing melt? Yeah.
Stunner. And he smells as good as he looks too.
It was like an orc.
Sounds like you got the right.
Just doesn't have the orc's teeth. He's called a chopper boy. It would be kind of nice to have some type of almost like a weird little loot shooter, but you play as an orc in Warhammer 40k. That'd be pretty cool.
Head, not arm. Well,
His hearkening stripped my mind. I'm sorry. I can't think with him talking. Can you stop him somehow?
Like smack him?
Insult to injury. Sorry.
It boils with stupidity. The chip appears to be intact.
Oh, it's nighttime, I guess.
Seismic explosion should be mitigated. Let's begin. It's safe to flip the first switch.
If you say so.
Goodbye. Because I could not stop for death. He kindly stopped for me. The carriage held but just ourselves.
It's working.
And
Just as my research predicted. I palpitate with neons.
There's so much weird little talking here and there.
Next switch.
Oh, go up here.
And my knees are true. For his civility. We pass the school where children stroll at recess and read. We pass the fields of gazing grain. We pass the city.
Working!
Oh.
He's cured!
Yeah, I guess you could say he's cured.
Ripper salvation is upon us! Thank you for your help. When I collect my rewards, I'll note your vital contribution. There's so much left to do. I'll cure them all. Cure them in blood!
Okay. Great doing.
Yeah, there's a more, I don't know, there's a more just better way to do it. Just put a bullet in him. That took so much time and energy. Okay. Oh, yeah. I have a feeling the it's gonna be in there. Oh no. Wait a minute. Is that... No, okay, it's a different facility. I was gonna say, don't tell me it's in the fucking reactor facility. Oh shit. Oh, is it? No way. Is it near? It's in this area? No way. I don't think I've been here. I think. I'm not sure. Been here? Kind of hard to tell. Oh, there it is.
1, 2, 3. By my count, that's a vault key.
I got a vault key. So all I need is 3 pieces for a vault key. Should I open this vault key now or later in the game? It's usually loot. Oh, usually loot tends to level with you. Sometimes it's best not to open something too quickly. Okay. Well, now that I have a vault key, what the fuck do I do with it? Is there a vault nearby? Huh. Informal function. And a ripper for vehicle drive. Do I have all the vehicle drivers now? Seems like I do. Oh, and SDU. Still don't have enough of that. I might just... Oh, I haven't even checked the lost loot thing in a long time. I should probably do that. Well, since I'm using an SMG, might as well do that. Style. Because the hover drives, yeah, I have everything unlocked. If I'm correct, the current drive I'm using is the thing I like the most. If anything, I kind of want to see if there is a better I'm surprised I haven't found any of these. Complete a mission. So there's certain missions I need to complete in order to get these. And it looks like certain challenges for these. Eventually. Ooh, kind of like that. Too bad it doesn't tell me what type of challenge it needs to be finished in order to get like certain like paint jobs. That would be really nice. Let's see, I should probably go back into town. Maybe. Yeah, because I could probably go back into town due to the fact I have that one safe house now. Wherever it is. Oh yeah, over here. And I can do things from there. Does the safe house have... Oh, it doesn't have the lost loot stuff. I think the only place I know that has lost loot is over here. That lost loot little vending thing. So I gotta see if there's anything to grab to, if anything, to sell. Yeah, it's been 4 hours now. I should do the lost loot stuff, sell it, and then probably go on break, and then come back and do some more damage. Let's see. There's the lost loot. Oh, it's full of shit. It's probably filled with just old shit. Yeah, it doesn't look like any of it's technically great. Yeah. Oh, I can just sell it, like right off the back. That's cool. I can sell it from there. That's really nice.
For sale, baby shield, never worn. That'll help you won't use up that shit. I can get some use of. Always appreciate you.
Always appreciate you. Woo-wee. Darn tootin'. Oh. Might as well kill Wingsley. Since he's nearby, might as well do it. Might as well kill me a Wingsley. Alright, let's go over here. Anytime it wants me to go up that hill, just go straight ahead. It'll save me so much time. I don't know what's up with the routing right there. Wingsley's over here.
I know this is a job, but...
Yeah. Oh, I think that was a good guy. Wingsley, seems like you're over in this direction. Oh, oh, shit. Wee-wee. Oh, Wingsley. Oh, okay.
Go get.
Alright, Wingsley's dead. Ow, 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 oh, shit. Let's see. Gun damage of... Oh. Can I... I guess I'll compare it. So that one might be a tad bit better. Not bad. Let's go to... Oh, we gotta go open that bad boy up, see what we have. Let's go here, and this one does 15%, 15, 13, and 4. Oh, but it does a sniper oh, it has different properties. It has better gun damage percentage, but it loses the damage reduction and health regen. Aww. Okay, I'll sell it. Okay, so there. I wonder if it's all just randomized and you can't have the same exact one. And if you do find the same exact one with better stats, the percentage of getting said thing would probably be very rare, potentially. I'm assuming. All right. Let's see what our next map is going. Or, oh, whoops. Go back where we need to be. Oh, what are these? Vault symbols. Let's go back over. Trying to get the fast travel. There we go. Let's fast travel back to here and figure out what we need to do when it comes to our next mission. There's one right here. Is that new? I think that's new. There's one like right there. Oh, wait. Now select the actual thing. I wonder, oh, is that on the move though? Is that moving? Because it could be one of those like NPCs that are constantly moving around the map. All right, I'm gonna have to go there physically. And I came here to, I think, sell some stuff real quickly. Because I looted a bunch of shit. Oh no. Why would I come over here?
No problem.
Yeah, I guess I got a few things to sell.
That'll do. You'll be back.
Alright, go. If this guy is on the move, I need to go fast. Holy shit, that was a big old group of fucking assholes. The only way to tame an asshole is to be a dick. Shit. I can't help but what people think of me in the future. It's just, like, this is, I don't know, like, yeah, this guy was a super small streamer and all that, but I'm surprised no one tried to cancel his ass. It's like there's nothing to cancel, so that's the funny part. It's like no matter what the fuck I say, you can't cancel something that can't be canceled. It's like, man, if people think about what I actually interpret when it comes to saying certain things. Oh, this is not on the move. There's a person though. Wait. Oh, is it that lady? No, no, it's not. Oh, it's not the same lady. She doesn't have the helicopter hat. You are a psycho though. And I do have to say their physique is actually pretty impressive, even though it looks like it's kind of surgical and like they have cuts on their stomach and things like that. It's really weird. A lot of cybernetic enhancements on their body, or if it's not in cybernetic enhancements, is a lot of body modification, which I don't really like personally. Not a very big. Oh no! Wait.
Scientist. Sure. I can explode some more heads.
Oh, it is her.
The machine is such a triumph.
Oh, she doesn't have the helmet though, and the backpack.
Please find some nearby and invite them over to taste the Scarlet Cure.
Wait. I pressed the wrong button. Where is it? Task or no, this one. There we go. We want to do that. All right, so they're nearby. I don't even need to be on the... What in the fuck is this? I'm assuming I need to go this way. Oh. Lure rippers to... Okay, so I just need a lure. Do not kill. Oh, shit. That's going to be a problem with trouble. How the fuck am I gonna lure rippers here? without trouble killing them. All right, I'm assuming there's some rippers. There are some rippers. She said they're nearby. That's not a ripper. I'm gonna go on a 50-meter radius and just kind of run around 50 meters. Oh, it's probably this little town thing. Ah, here we go. Come on, buddies.
I can see everything.
Over here before Trouble kills you. Trouble, do not get into combat. Trouble. Okay.
Bring me more patience!
I thought Trouble killed him for a second. Okay, there we go. Trouble, follow me. Stay away from the enemy. All right, hit him. That should at least get him a little pissy. If he's getting pissy. I shot him and yet he's not coming. What the fuck? Okay, there's one. Come on. God, how long is this gonna take? I have to do 10 of these. I only have 2. Hey, Trouble. Come here. Wait, where is he? Oh, am I running too fast?
Do you even know what you want?
Come on, buddies. Come on. Maybe Trouble won't attack them. Trouble, don't. No, Trouble. Son of a bitch, Trouble. Over here, Trouble.
Don't stop now! Get more!
Son of a bitch. That's the one thing about being a summoner is you gotta have a tight fucking leash on your goddamn, depending on the mission, man.
On your left.
Make some noise. Make some noise. Trouble. I can't control Trouble for at least. God damn it, Trouble. I gotta wait 20 seconds to be able to command Trouble. Again. Oh, this is gonna take forever. Oh, maybe I can just do this. Trouble can't attack if I'm in vehicle form, if I'm correct. Hey. Yeah, if I'm in vehicle form, Trouble won't be trouble. Over here, assholes. Come here. Follow the loud noise that I'm making. All right, over here. Come here. Yeah, there you go. There's one. All right. Hey, we got more for ya. Hey, you gobbledygoo. Come on, you Guidos. Hey, I got your number. Come on.
Never give me a life!
Come here, buddy. Yeah, I know you want some of this. Come here, buddy.
I want penetration!
All right, we just need 2 more. Over here. Loud noises over here. Loud noises over here. Come on. Oh yeah, I'm breaking your fence. What are you gonna do about it?
Follow me.
Come here, dickheads.
I can feel you with my sensitive eye.
Hey. Don't you dare run away. Over here, dickheads. Come here. It's like herding sheep. Oh, sorry. Did that hurt you a little too much? Come here. Come here. Do I need to get closer? Maybe I need to get closer.
Son of a gash! Where's that big boy when you need him?
Come on, buddy. Come on. Stop throwing your fucking pieces of metal and come after me.
Look at your face! I'll carve it and wear it!
No. No. Don't you fucking run away. Piece of shit. Why are you not following me? I'm just gonna kill you. How about that?
My front fleshy bits!
Oh shits. Maybe if I killed that one. Oh wait, no. Oh. Maybe if they get into critical health. No. Being a little bitch.
Rise from your grave! Beep beep! Find me! This is a lift! I hate my stupid feet! Ow! Son of a gash! Gravity failed!
Alright, let's see if these new batches follow me or not. Man, they have some range on those little damn things. Why? Why does it have to be these psychos? Why can't it just be the charging psychos? Over here. Oh my god, it's so annoying. It's so fucking annoying.
You just can't stay away, can you?
Over here, bitch. There.
Looking at you!
Come on, bitch. Yes, finally. God. That is so fucking annoying. Over here, bitch. Bitch. Come on.
Fine preservation time!
Hey! What the fuck are you doing, bitch? Why? Oh, come on, man. You're fucking with me. Trouble, come over here. Fucking fine. God, this mission sucked. Just to do that. Are you done?
What a team we make! Together, we will give them all the volcanic cure! On behalf of Science herself, I wish to give you this helmet!
What helmet?
Well, she died as she lived, without a helmet.
Okay. Did I get nothing from her? Okay. Cool. I should have known. I should have known it would have been fucking useless doing this stupid mission. Well, we did it for her. Oh, speaking of, let's track this one. I said it's tracked, right? Yeah. I think. Is it? Because it's pretty close to me, so I might as well do it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Oh, I forgot this thing has like 2 different weapons. I just noticed that. I could shoot little rockets or I could use my machine gun. I like to kind of do the rocket stuff. Maybe. I don't know. It depends. I guess it depends. What type of enemy am I fighting? Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck are you?
Tear them to shreds!
Yeah, I think you're dead. Alright, let's grab that egg. Ah, what the fuck? Alright, here we go. Nope. Alright, where are we bringing the egg? Retrieve illustrious egg. This is the illustrious, right? Oh, fuck. Where'd it go? Oh. Ah, fuck! I'm pressing the wrong button. God damn it. Alright, now I need to... We're just going to right... Okay, just go right over there. So this is kind of like Monster Hunter with the eggs, except that when you get hit in this game, you don't drop the fucking egg every fucking time. That's the one thing about Monster Hunter I hated about delivering eggs. So anytime you got hit, you drop your fucking egg. Or if you accidentally like stumble, you drop the egg. Oh, God. Yeah, it was a fucking nightmare. Monster Hunter egg deliveries. Still is, I think. I think they still have some Monster Hunter egg deliveries in the latest Monster Hunter, which sadly was a disappointment late game. Because after I platinumed that game, there was nothing else to do in Monster Hunter Wilds. I was like, man, they dropped the fucking ball with Monster Hunter Wilds. Sad days. I am going the right way, right? Okay. Just making sure. Make sure I'm going the right way. So what are we doing with this egg? Alright. Wait, can we... Are we going to that cave? Can we go to that cave? I don't think we can. Okay, it's a little mixed up. 1 second. Oh, shit. Alright, we gotta find a way. Oh, I know where we're going. Okay. We're pretty much going to where the safe house is. I guess if there's any fighting going on nearby, just ignore it. Just ignore the fucking fighting, man. Yeah, speaking of fighting.
What is happening with your face area?
I wish you had some more voice lines for engaging in fights. It gets old real quickly. Oh no, really? So when you climb, you drop the egg. Okay, that's fucking awesome. Ooh. What happens if I grapple? No! Okay. Oh. Ooh. Wait, who's that? Who there? Who there? Who there? Hell yeah, that leveled me up, bitch. Wait, what? I don't have anything to encrypt. Asshole. Alright. Skills for kills. I'm going to do some more overshielding. So instead of 4%, it's now 8%. I think. Which is fantastic. Greens all day. Greens all day. Should probably sell some stuff. Taz is it's still hard, even though I like leveled up a couple times. I wonder if it's just gonna stay hard. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna try and do task. I'm gonna try and do that mission.
You're charmed, I'm sure. Now, if you got any more like this,
I'm gonna do it. I think the reason why it's considered hard is because of the bullshit you have to do in order to open the fucking thing. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it. The amount of what happened to this dude? I'm so confused on what Reed? Why does he sound familiar? Reed. Okay. Oh, you're from the original settlement. Okay. You have that weird voice modulator thing. We don't know if you're a girl or a guy. It doesn't matter. Oh, and this is a safe house too. Sweet. I'm going to try and claim that first before anything. Balls? After dealing with almost 2 weeks of sickness, it is kind of nice to be able to drink a nice cold one once in a while and not have to worry about potentially getting sicker because you drank some alcohol. That's the thing too. If there's like a flu or something going around and all that, the worst thing you could do to yourself is potentially drink alcohol. Because you're guaranteeing yourself to be the sickest person in town. Uh-oh.
Oh, God. That barrel is hot right now.
Nice. Patrol crack. Oh, cool. I understand what I just did. Oh, they're coming over here? Bitches. They're about to get some fucking stitches and then some. I think with cracks, it's better to just hip fire. So you kind of want a little bit of that, the FOV. Yeah, we could probably get away with 100 FOV. 100 FOV with the first person view at least could probably benefit us. Let's do that. 100 FOV, it reduces. I don't see too much of a difference with the FOV different. Like, let's see, 100 FOV right now. We see at least. Let's try. I'm gonna try a weapon real quickly. All right, we see kind of most of that revolver. So if I go back to the standard, what is it, 70? It was 75, I think it was. Let's do that. It doesn't change how much gun you see. All right, so let's say I'll put my right edge to this box here, the edge of that box. So on the right over here, you see the edge of the box. So let's go 100 FOV and see how much the actual numbers are. Because with any with any numbers, it shouldn't. Usually 100, 110 is usually the sweet spot, or 90. If it's a horror game, though, you want to keep your FOV small because it. Oh my God, that is a huge difference. 100 FOV is insane compared to 75. Oh my God, I see a lot more. Definitely gonna keep it at 100 FOV, and it hasn't really affected my performance in the game, and I'm playing on console, so they seem to have optimized the game a little bit to the point to where it's not an issue. All right, where is that console? It's over here. That's the console. Bullshit weapons. Bullshit ammunition. Why are you not activating, bitch? Do I need to do something else? Is there still enemies nearby? It's because of that crack over there. Where's that wire go to? Does the wire lead anywhere? It leads to this. Oh, do I need to go up top? Maybe there's something up top. No, there's nothing up top. I can't go up there anyway. Maybe it's the crack. I just need to kill that crack over there. Where is it? It's gonna probably die by erosion. Who knows? There. Or usually these things activate like right away. I don't know why this is not activating. This is the main console in order to capture this base. Am I missing something? I forgot what's the special conditions in order to interact with this thing. I'm so confused. Or is it down below? Do I need to go low? Am I like premature capturing things? Is that what I'm doing? Do I need to go low? Where the fuck do you want me to go? Oh, fuck off. You know what? Fuck you. Excuse me. I'm just gonna do this mission. That's why I'm here. The whole capturing whatever the fuck safe house is a secondary objective.
Kilo, just got here. Ready to crack this.
Boy.
You know the drill.
Well, let me kill all the things around here first.
Your trigger is exception.
Claws out, keep that.
I don't know if I can kill everything though. I wonder if it's like one of those things that constantly keeps coming at you.
Same as always.
Alright, I think that's the majority. All the cracks should not attack me, hopefully. Oh, whoa, it's upside down. No, wait. Wait, what the fuck is going on here? Alright, where is, oh my god. Wait, what is that? What is that? Should I worry about that? What the fuck is that? I don't think I have to worry about that. Okay. It's not upside down. Oh, okay. But this looked like it was upside down. So we got the punch and press here. I'm trying to get in the middle, but oh, I can't get in the middle because of this stupid fucking shit. All right, that we got the pull. Oh, but every time I move, I jump a little. All right, pull, pass, hit. What is going on? Why is it doing that? Why are you jumping around like that, little shit? Pull, flip, shoot. All right.
Flip that switch.
Flip.
Replace the power core.
Oh.
Every second counts. Try again. Faster this time. Whenever you're ready.
What? Wait, how do we replace the power core? With what? Huh?
Flip that switch. Replace the power core. Pull the lever.
Oh.
Don't flip the switch.
No, don't flip the switch. Ah, bitch.
Instructions.
Don't say anything if I don't have to do it.
Punch the button. Flip that switch.
Oh.
Replace the power core.
What? What?
Counts. Try again. Faster this time.
Why didn't it work the first time?
Punch the button. Flip that switch. Replace the power core.
What?
I can see everything like this.
I am so confused about the power core thing.
Try again. Faster this time. Whenever you're ready, punch the button. Flip that switch. Replace the power core. You're gonna have to be quicker than that if you want to make it in this game.
What do I do with the power core?
Whenever you're ready, punch the button.
No. No. Just drop it, bitch.
Flip that switch. Replace the power core.
Wait, what the f-
Box between your ears.
I'm so confused.
Follow the instructions. One more time.
What do I... Is there like... Is there a cache of power core things that need to be replaced?
Flip that switch. Replace the power core. Every second counts.
I do not understand the power core situation. That is a power core, right?
Flip that switch. Replace the power core. Every second counts.
Why did it work the first time?
Faster this time. Whenever you're ready, punch the button.
What is going on with the power core situation then? Okay. Why did it work the first time? Let me go Google. Borderlands for replace the parents. I'm not the only person that looked this up. Replace the power core. What the fuck do you mean by that? Using grappling hook to pull a new pull a new power cord dispenser in the top left of the panel, and then immediately throw it into the plug on the top right. There's a plug on the top. Or this thing? Did I accidentally do that the first time? All right, let's try it. Okay, let's try it.
Flip that switch. Replace the power core. Pull the lever.
I guess that.
Flip the switch.
Don't.
Press the button. Melee the button. Shoot the panel.
So, but
Remove the power core. You're gonna have to be quicker than
What?
that if you want to make it in this game. From the top.
Wait 1 second. I'm gonna have to switch my gun because I don't have the right weapon. Okay. I don't know. Shotgun. But without stickies. Impact. There we go. Right.
Flip that switch. Replace the power core. Pull the lever.
Pull the lever.
Flip the switch.
Don't do it.
Press the button. Melee the button. Shoot the panel. Remove the power core. Every second counts.
Do I need to replace the... Oh, maybe that's what it means.
Flip that switch.
Oh.
Replace the power core.
Replace power core with this.
Pull the lever.
Pull lever. Oh, shit.
Run it again.
My bad.
Whenever you're ready, punch the button. Flip that. Replace the power core.
Oh.
Pull the lever. Don't flip the switch.
Don't.
Press the button.
Oh.
Smack the button. Shoot the panel. Remove the power core. Do not pull the lever. Shoot the panel. Flip that switch. Melee the button. Replace the power core. Press the button. Press the button. Melee the button. Press the button. Remove the power core. Flip that switch. Pull the lever. Shoot the panel. Pull the lever. Flip that switch. Replace the power core. Looks like you hit the jackpot.
Oh my god.
Would you like and sell the rest? It's always a pleasure working with a professional.
So when it says very hard, it just means the redundancy of the actual mission. It's just the redundancy of this mission is fucking stupid as shit. And I'm just gonna sell all that just for 2 weapons. You gotta be kidding! It can't be. Just 2 weapons? Oh my god. Whatever. At least I did it. All right, I gotta figure out how to claim this. The safe house. How do I claim safe house? Seriously, what the fuck do I need to do to open your ass up? That's what she said. Is there something? Is there something I need to do? Is there a flip of the switch? The flippy of the switch? Is it you? Are you using too much power? A radio of all things? What the fuck? How do I... Is it because I did not progress in the story? Maybe I can't have this safe house until I progress the story? It doesn't say anything about that. Claim safe house to unlock fast travel. Capture the this location. I found the panel that usually you interact with to unlock it. Why isn't it doing it? Google it is. I have to resort to Google. Fucking fine. Let's go to Google. Borderlands 4. Wycliffe's Reprieve. How to unlock. For some fucking reason, I can't unlock it. Locate the news religion. Crack enemies. Clear the crack enemies. And find the database of the right behind the building on the lower ledge. Oh, is there more things I need to do? Do I need to go low? Like low? Like down here? Is that what I needed to do? Isn't this iridium? Right. Whatever. Maybe that's what I need. I'm gonna keep that tab open though. Just gonna keep that tab open. Don't mind if I do. Because I might need to refer back to it at some fucking point. Oh. I have a feeling I need to kill the crack. All cracks need to die. Is that literally the only thing I needed to do? Was just to grab that one fucking thing? I swear to God, if that's the thing that I needed to do, I'm gonna be pissed. Of course, it kind of hinted that there's something down there, but... Oh my fucking God, it was. That's so stupid. Fuck me.
Are you serious? This place is amazing. Look at all the scrap. Gimme.
Well, people are already moving in, huh? Who's making that noise? Hello, how you doing? Are you from Wisconsin?
You just can't stay away, can you? They don't let me cut on folks no more. I just always appreciate you. It's free to look. For now. If you see a dictator today...
Alrighty then. There is a dynamic event right there. There's an echo over there. Return to a boss fight right over there. I'm gonna do this echo. Oh wait, let's do this. Seems like the most pain in the ass thing to do right now, so let's do that first. Just where it's located and everything too, I'm thinking it's like, yeah, it's probably gonna be a pain in the ass to get to. So let's do that first. Is it? Oh no. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's not. Oh. Okay, there's a bridge. Cool. I was a little worried that I would have to do all kinds of climbing and bullshit. Why does that look familiar? I haven't played Borderlands 4 and yet that looks familiar.
Oi! Lags! Oh, could you sit down? Oh, come back! Oh, you'll keep that team on a target's round!
Clear your legs.
Clackety-dill!
Your legs run away?
Are you mad, Will? You fancy being claimed by the old beastie? Thunderhead! Doom! Get up there quick for me! And give the behemoth a quick show afore she abscond with my penis. Hold your waist.
That is such a fucking thick accent. Holy shit. Okay. I think I know what he wants me to do.
I think I'll go up and shoo the Cratch? Probably? Yeah, going with that.
Give it an old wallop. Give it an old wallop and bring it down.
Did you see that sneaking fritter was? She's up to hide all about something.
What the fuck, mate?
Yeah, so bad news about your legs.
Oh, me way choke your stomach. I didn't can now for this could happen. The ball's on your sleeves. Unless you can guide to fetch me one of runners for me.
Fetch your body runners. Guessing that means get the legs.
Fetch the legs. Fetch the wee legs.
Seems like you and your legs have issues.
We've been sicker for taking. Conjure up to mischief, mind. But there's no denying the ball. You're like a dog, making a piece off a nipple. But it's the old.
Oh, shit.
Keep your name waterhead. May no assassins.
Why can't I just shoot the motherfucker, man?
That's right.
That limey cunt is running.
Beasties have been sorrow near the ingress to her weir land. Kill are they?
Hey, I love a dark and moody lair. This Cratch has taste. Hell yeah!
Hell yeah, brother. I can't do any damage. Like, it doesn't have a hitbox. So I guess I just keep traveling until it eventually drops it. It's like, is your nest really far away or something? Oh, shit. Ah, oh, Kill Harley.
You really are a big sucker, aren't you?
Oh, fuck off. You cunt.
If you're telling me to kill this thing, we're finally on the same page.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Relieve you haven't been left ready.
Shotgun, nah. Nah. Oh, we're still in fight. Fight or flight. Trouble, why are you so far up there?
Donkey!
At least Trouble's there we go. Someone's... Oh shit, we got a badass. That badass is dead. Ow! What the fuck? Alright, seriously, who's doing that damage? It's not you. None of you. Who the hell's doing that? Excuse me. All right. Oh. Okay, go back to your honor, dude.
Oh no, honey, you're okay? The big mean is gone now.
You have to get beaten after my limbs, no? Didn't fash yourself. My legs are right. Here be a scoosh.
Scoosh? Is that... You know what? The legs seem to know what they're doing. Just following them.
Oh, stop your moaning. You're lucky I'm pulling your chestnuts out of the fire this time. Oh, listen, you naughty bowbag.
Dude, why don't you try, I don't know, being nice?
Ow.
But your name out of the flame, not yourself.
Nicer than that. Still not great, but it's... I'm hasting as fast as I can. You wish you could control me.
Yeah, you set me free.
Oh, that is the dead body. Boom. Excuse me. Oh my god. Throat is dying here.
Nice try.
See how they play.
Oh, excuse me. Oh my god.
Yes, right there.
Oh, I thought that was a. Oh, okay. That guy's dead. Alright, where did that guy? Where did the legs go? Leggies. Leggies. Give me a second, buddy.
I'm glad to see you, sweet.
May want to give those guys a nice wash. Wait, how'd you get all the way out here?
One of day legs. Every day. Oh, thank you for
I surprisingly understand that.
I'd be well and truly skern. Lang may your loom reek.
And also with you.
Time to put a lid on your adventures. A new pal winning I beat her to bail us out.
Cool. So it's a little weird that we always like help a psycho out once in a while. It's like, oh, okay, sure, do it. Okay, what do we have now? Oh yeah. Wait, what is this? Survivalist cache. Not too far away either. Might as well claim it before the enemies spawn back. And if I remember correctly too, the survivalist cache has a bunch of shit on it. Is that it?
Don't mind
Yep.
if I do.
Oh, lordy. Let's see. You know what? I think it's almost about time to switch back to a shield. Because let's see. What is the current level of item that I have for the thing that replaced the shield? No. I'll wait until 25.
You made the right choice, darling.
All right. Now that I'm not dying anymore. Paint job for my vehicle. Hell yeah. And a sniper rifle. And a pistol. Let's check out that sniper rifle or wherever it is. Is that it? What about the pistol? Oh, wait, is that green pistol? Oh, but it doesn't have any of the good shit. God. Oh. Apparently I still have dry throat syndrome. Oh, might as well do the bank too. Why not? Even though I'm not utilizing the bank until like another playthrough or two. Usually when you do your second playthrough, that's when you utilize the bank a little bit. Or late game. Okie dokie. Let's go to the map. And let's get that lost capsule. Bitch. And over here, there should be a lost capsule somewhere around here. We just gotta find it. I have a feeling maybe in that cabin. No? Maybe in the actual house. Potentially. Or it could be up top. Be way up there. Fucking grab the goddamn... Why? Here. Jeez. He's so allergic to climbing the... bloody cliffs. I'm sure it's not... Okay, nothing there. I definitely hear something here. It's up top. It must be up top. I would get higher. There we go. Oh, it's a Jacob bobblehead. I'm sure that's not the thing that's the only thing here. Is it? Is that the thing I needed to do? Is the fucking Jacob bobblehead?
It just feels so right when you hold it up.
No. So where's the fucking thing? It says I am practically on top of it. Oh, is that it? No. Two. I'm like 2 meters on it. Where is it? Is it? No! I think it's this little weird little curly thing. And I just have to keep following the curly bits. Like this. Like it's in the middle of whatever this fucking thing is. 8 meters down. 3 meters. 8. No, now it's 7 meters. Is that what it is? There it is. What the fuck?
And have someone
All right. I know where to go. Excuse me, fellers. Uh-oh. Really? Now? Now? Why?
Need more!
No, grab the fucking thing, bitch.
Is that an undecrypted capsule I smell? Yeah, don't ask how my remote smell detectors work. Just, come here. Just rats. Use a
Ooh.
short distance, and then make me do the hardest part of making your journey worthwhile.
No. All right, everything I'm just gonna sell. Sell everything.
If my mitts didn't work, no, click that'll. I'll think that.
Ooh, almost at a full cap.
You're bleeding down. Remember the choices you make here.
All right, SDU, nothing. All right, now we can pick up. Literally, this whole entire stream has been nothing but side missions and exploration. That is insane. That's how much fucking content is in the beginning of the game, at least. And I have no clue if it expands even further. Due to the fact that, let's see. 1, 2, 3. So after I pick up this one other side mission, there's still at least 3 more side missions. So I've done at least almost 6 hours of side missions so far in one stream. And look how much more map there is that I still need to do. That's fucking stupid. I should probably end the stream doing a little bit of the main quest. Which main quest? I don't know. We'll find out because there's two paths I can take. So let's do this one first. I'm actually going to go to the main quest now. Because if I don't do a little bit of the main quest, I feel like I've done nothing throughout the whole stream, even though I did do a majority of the game by just doing. I mean, I did more than what most people do playing Borderlands in the first place, and that's doing side missions and just random exploration. Most people that play Borderlands don't do that. And you know why I know that is because of the fucking trophies and achievements. That tells on you guys. None of you motherfuckers do all this shit that I'm doing. Due to the fact that I do it is a testament that I do more than what most people do. Oh, what? Am I about to? No. Yeah, let's focus on this. Is it trying to? Why is it trying to focus on a contract? I mean, I guess I could just do that contract first. Let's fucking do it. Let's do the contract first. Is there a faster way to get to that contract though? Just wipe it out. Where's that contract? It's over there, which the fastest potentially if I just fast travel here it'd be the quickest I can get to it. Once I'm done with the contract, then I can just focus on the main story. Maybe. That's the thing, though. It's like, I think even when I'm doing just a regular playthrough on stream, even if I'm not doing everything,
They don't let me cut on folks.
I still do more
Oh, you'll be back.
than what the majority of people that play games do with just certain games, even if they're not streaming. I think I do more things than what most people do. And I think I judge myself way too harshly because I'm not 100%ing. Oh, that's a loot goblin. Kill him! Kill the loot goblin! I think he was a loot goblin. I don't know. He just had a lot of health bars, and I thought he was a good loot goblin. I don't know if that's the case. DPS is better, but it doesn't mean it's a better gun. I don't know. We just killed that guy for no fucking reason, and I'm totally okay with that. I mean, he kind of picked the fight because he shot at me first. So usually when someone shoots at me first or attacks me first, I don't have a problem killing you. You tried to take my life first, bitch. I'm going to ruin you, making sure you don't feel anything ever again. What the fuck are those? What the fuck are those things? I don't think I should be fighting these. What in the fucking hell is this garbage bullshit? Oh, we need something that does electrical damage. Oh, well, first I guess we'll do this. Woo-wee. No, we're doing impact. We need to do stickies. And now let's go switch this. Yeah, baby. Bitch. Bitch. You're a bitch. You're a little bitch. Yep, you're a bitch. I just want to see if I can kill these things, and I know I can. Ow! Fuck you, cock sucker. Oh, that fucked his ass up. Who else is shooting at us? Oh, those guys. Oh shit, there's more. Who the hell? Who the hell are you? Yeah, slimy wanker. No, there's a black hole behind me. No! What the fuck? Leave me alone! I'm trying to help my buddy out, and I can't do it. Oh, it's a badass. Oh, not a badass anymore. I'm trying to get out of the black hole. It's so hard to get out of that thing. Which should be the case. It should be hard to get out of any black hole. It should almost be impossible. I think once you start seeing the black hole with your visible eye, it's too late. I think that's usually the calculations of a black hole. It's like, yeah, if you can see the black hole's like influence visually, you're already getting sucked in. Let's see. Do I need another? Well, actually, I don't have another weapon that has does better DPS, has 3 points of better impact, better accuracy, and better bullets per second. Is that the case? Slower reload, and slower clip size. I mean, smaller clip size, but it does have a bunch of other shit. So I'm going to do that. There's just too many more benefits, and due to the fact I can either do impact or sticky, and usually sticky is a fucking dastardly. I mean, I think I even have something that actually helps with at least sticky ammo. I don't know if it's in one of these. Because I think there is something that would help me when it comes to sticky ammo damage buff. It might be on another tree though. I might have to look at it. Because I prefer those kind of shotguns if I just do stickies. Gun damage and duration. I might have to just do this because let's see, maximum health capacity from 8% to 16%, gun damage from 5 to 10%, and also doesn't increase the gun damage duration when it comes to overall passive. Might have to put some points into that. Yao and Bay. I think the next time I upgrade, we'll get to the next tier though, which would be nice. Alrighty then. Wait, did we even take out the target that we were trying to go for? Nope. We were fighting tanks for no fucking reason at all, except to just challenge them. It was like, can we take out tanks by ourselves? Apparently we can. We took out a whole entire little unit. All right, we're getting closer to our destination. Jump. Jump. And jump. And we're almost there. And okay, there he is.
Death to a life image.
One sec. Oh, nope. Go. Wait. Oh, we don't have. Oh, we don't have anything to fight. No, we don't have anything to fight. What you call it? Wait, are we doing any damage to him? What in the fuck? Wait, is it because it's corrosive and we can't do corrosive damage to him? I'm so confused. Why are you still spinning, you little dickheads? Just try and kill a few of them. No, okay, here we go. Oh, we had to kill his like big guy. We had to kill the big guy. The big guy was the only. He was like absorbing the damage.
Oh wow, a lot.
Uh-huh.
Good job. Even though it made no difference at all.
Good for you, Claptrap. Wait, did it just 3D print a pistol? Is that what it is? Is a 3D printer? Yeah, I think out of all, like, I don't know, Borderlands, it's nice to have a constant companion, especially if you're playing single player. See, we don't have buddies to play with. I think playing as Vex is a pretty good choice. Just to have some constant companionship or something like that. Even though it might not do much, it is nice to have. Alright, I got a big traveling to do. I'm gonna hit the road real big, like. I just gotta get to the road first. Dickhead. I'm not even on the road yet. I'm still on the dirt road. Now we hit the road. Alright, cool. So we're about to hit some uncharted territory. Damn it. Whoop whoop. Take a left on the fork. Take another left on the fork. If it tells me to go left again, I'm gonna question that. Okay. Just making sure. It's like, I'm gonna wait, what is that red for? Why is it red? It's a travel station. Why is it red? DLC. Oh, it's DLC. Oh, okay. Why is it on my minimap then? I don't need to see it. Is it the developers trying to peer pressure you to buy the DLC? Well, fuck you, developers. I like look. I like Gears of War. I mean, I like you, Gearbox. I like Gears of War. I mean, I like Gears of War too, but different developers and publishers. I like you, Gearbox, but man, you trying to shove that DLC down our throats way too harshly, and it is not cool. I mean, I don't think I've ever played any of the DLC for Borderlands 1, 2, or 3, and I don't think I'm going to do any DLC for 4. If that trends any... Oh, wait. Oh, God, I thought I couldn't pass. I was like, can I not do this? The fuck did that guy say? Did he say he was going to hump me into oblivion and back again? If I was a girl, I would probably test him on that. Say, okay, you gonna make an acclamation of that? Let's see.
Like the outbounders, the augurs are an insular and traditional. The timekeeper gives them some measure of autonomy as long as they keep the ordinite flowing from their minds.
Ordinite.
Some among them are willing to fight, particularly the one who goes by defiant.
I don't see any new enemies.
Fiery streak that the other leaders lack.
You'll find little rooms in the crags of Terminus Ultra. Vile nectar will
Whoa, interesting.
Though he may have had a heart once, but I believe he's cut it out.
Do I need to call an elevator? Is that how you call it? I think. Is there power to this thing? Oh, it's coming. Okay. As I was like, is there any power to this elevator, or do I need to like find a generator or something? Trouble. Where you going? Oh man. If I get into combat, I'm gonna have to summon you.
See something you like?
Ah, you little bitch. Don't be a bitch, bitch. Ah, you're gonna be a little bitch. That's what I thought. Yeah, little cunt. Oh, fuck. What the hell? What is that? Oh, it's supposed to be a rocket launcher. Ow! What the hell? I need to get used to fighting the enemies in this region, so I gotta see what they're packing.
Get him, boy!
Your trigger.
Good job. There's still a little cunt over there running away like a little bitch. You can call him French. I think he's dead. You can call him a French little cunt.
You failed your mission, you dick!
Really good at shooting.
Oh, you're really good at shooting, huh? Then why are you dead, dude? If you're really good at shooting, you should have killed me a long time ago. Where is fucking trouble? I need some backup, even though I don't really need it. Trouble, where are you? Wait, why am I doing this when I have so much more ground to cover? I have so much more traveling to do. I don't need to do all this fighting right now. Let me see. Main mission is normal difficulty. I don't have any like very difficult things to do right now, so I should be able to arrive there and handle it. The fuck is that? Oh, well, it's dead now, I think. I didn't get any XP for it, so I guess it's not dead. It's gonna definitely have a different life after what happened. And I think in a different way. Hit it right in the cranium. Oh, fuck. Am I supposed to go up there? Oh, shit. I'm supposed to go up there. My bad. Fuck me.
We have come to collect this cycle's Ordinite tile. Where is it?
Hey, what are you guys doing?
This.
Oh.
Enclave, it has been difficult to reach quotas.
It's the Vault Hunter. Kill them! No excuses. I will speak with Vile Lichter about this. Stop this, Outlander!
Oh, Vile Lichter's about to lick my dick. Are you the new person I need to talk to?
What have you done? Order dead on our mountain. They will blame us.
Excuse Joyless Stellan, even though he's correct. I am cautious Arden. You caused us some trouble out there.
Trouble's my thing. But maybe the Crimson Resistance can help you. We're looking for people to join the fight against the Order. Already got the Outbounders on board.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely not! Defiant Calder was exiled for such talk.
Calder, huh? Where's he at?
Like dead. Return to the mountain. May he learn something from the stones.
He and his fellow exiles were attempting to take back their clave home from the Order. If you feel like dying alongside them, you'll find him in the Cuspids.
Sounds like the most reasonable person to talk to now. I'm gonna talk to that guy then.
Hey, Zadra. You weren't kidding. The Uggers aren't exactly bursting with hospitality.
Understandably.
They're pussies.
Afraid of their own shadows. And I'd guess your arrival coincided with a minimum of, say, 5 explosions. But
Minimal.
some augurs viewers aren't so willing to bend the knee to Lichter.
Bend the knee.
You'll get a very different reception.
Sure. But what type of reception? We don't know yet until we find out. Man, this got to be cold. It looks cold. Looks like it's at, what, 20 degrees Fahrenheit? That's what it looks like, anyway. I mean, look at that. That is so Tibetan. It's like influenced by Tibetan, like, culture. You know, flags and all that on, hanging on a string and shit. Which actually, I never actually looked up why they do that. Does it signify that people have been here? It's like, okay, it's safe to travel on this mountain. Oh, hey, there we go. Why is there just a random ass cherry tree? Oh, it almost looks like a cherry blossom tree. It's a red leaves and everything like that. It's like, huh. I don't see any other trees like that. That either that's an Easter egg or I'm just fucking stupid. Why is it red? Why is it like healthy? Oh, you're not a tree. You're not a tree at all. What the fuck are you? You're not a tree. What the fuck are you?
Keep shooting. Don't stop.
1 second. I'm gonna try all these elements. No. Oh, I don't have fire element, so it's not gonna do much. Damn it! That's the only elements I have. I don't have electricity or fire. Son of a bitch. Oh, god damn it. Whatever. That's the one thing I need. I need freaking weapons that do everything. And all I have is 4. I have cryo, radiation. No, I only have 3. Oh my god, I only have 3. Yeah, never mind. Cryo, radiation, and let me double check. I'm pretty sure it is corrosive. Corrosive. Like, wait, which one? I know what I'm missing. I just don't know what I have, which should tell me what I have. I just don't remember. Oh, hi. Bye bye. Your head just exploded, buddy. I don't know what to say about it. Oh. You're in the slag zone. Welcome to Pound Town, buddy. That's what we call America in Chicago.
Death to a life imitated.
Bitch. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. That's such a good ordinance. Fucking goddamn conehead son of a bitch. Alright, let's kill that last dude. I don't know why he's still alive, but he will die by my hand. And my hand alone. Oh, he's a badass. All right. I might need some help. Woo! Leveled up after killing that bitch. Let's see. Nope. I will take to sell, if anything. But if it doesn't have... Ooh. Ooh, vampiric white hole frag grenade? What the fuck does that even mean? And it does add incendiary damage? What the shit? Should I... It is level 25 too. I was about to change my heavy ordnance to back to grenades. I don't know though. I don't know yet. Fire resistance. Here's the thing. I don't think I get any resistance out of the current shielding that I get. Technically not shielding, but what is it? This, right? Yeah, I don't get any. Oh no, I do get resistance. I get resistance, 15% resistance to fire. So the resistance doesn't really change. I kind of miss having a shield though, but at the same time, it doesn't really matter right now. It really doesn't. It almost looks like purple. Sometimes the white, mainly because of the, it has dark edges, kind of looks like a purple. All right. So let's continue because I don't think I am close enough to. Oh, I leveled up apparently too. Let's put another point into gun damage and duration of commanding trouble. So more gun damage. Get that DPS up just a tad bit more. Oh, there's Vile. Lick my dick.
Blame the surgeon who was forced to wield the knife. Blame the disease. A withering limb must be out.
I wanted to do that. No. What? Oh, we got a cutscene? Is he a gnome?
Outlander! You fighting or sleeping?
Fighting. Every day, all day, baby. I like this guy already.
These wrestlers down! Return their parts to the mountain! Your defiance is here.
He is a gnome. Or is he... Oh, wait. Wait. He's healing with corrosives.
An outlander? Kill them! Much quieter. Let us speak. Come.
Let's see. What do we got? Where's the big guy? Oh, he's over there. Hey, buddy boy.
Outlander. Or should I call you Wellspring?
Wellspring?
They say luck runs through the mountain like rivers. I was near to death. Vile lictors, rattlers. And up you burst into the fray like a geyser. Boosh! Ah, but what does an outlander want with an old exile?
I'm with the Crimson Resistance. I'm here to kill the Timekeeper's commander and rip his bolt out of his head.
We walk the same road, Wellspring. This crimson resistance entices me. Perhaps I can help you, but I must ask another favor beyond this life you have already saved.
Sure.
There is a relic sacred to my people, trapped within our clave home just beyond. I had hoped to bring it to the Augur Council and earn my clave a return from exile. But Lictor's forces ambushed us. We lost many. I may seem spry, but I am not the young septuagenarian I used to be. If you can help me retrieve the relic, you will have my aid in taking Lictor down.
All right, deal. But I'm gonna hold you to that.
First, let's get you inside. Hack that panel to take down this infernal force field.
All right.
I must stay and attend to my fallen brethren. I've never had the knack for the proper rites, nor known the right words, but
They must be returned to the mountain.
Sure thing, buddy.
Shall we get up to some trouble?
Let's get some of that ammo, because I have a feeling we're gonna need it.
Bud, someone turned you into a human keep out sign.
The relic is in my old office there, overlooking the staging room. Violator has locked the mine down, so you will need to navigate through the shaft to reach it.
So easy.
Oh, what the fuck? It's up there, huh? All right.
Calder, the order set up more force fields inside. How do I take them down?
Typical Rattler technology. A simple counter signal will fool them. I stashed some beacons nearby that should help.
Oh, wait. Ooh, shit, dude. God damn, dude. What the fuck? Oh.
Always.
Bitch is dead. Alright, the corrosive. Oh, yeah, there it goes. It's like it's gotta disappear at some point. Actions, kill, shotgun. And. Satchel. Okay, that's where I need to go. Open up this little big old cylinder.
Set them up along the power sources for the force fields. Then use your little echo friend to hack in.
No. Alright, so we got multiple things here. One. One.
One more beacon should do the trick.
Two.
That's the force field down, yes? Onward, into the Lambent Mines, Wellspring.
Cool.
So do they call you Defiant to make fun of you, or is it like a cool nickname?
Yes. Both. Augurs earn many names, according to our deeds and path. Before I was defiant, I was troublesome. Before I was troublesome, I was merely loud. My clave, my kin. We are miners by trade. This place was our home. Vile Lictor, pox on his name, took it from us. A great many of my clave as well. To make an example.
Typical order asshole.
I'm afraid. Lictor was one of our own. A fellow augur whose lust for power eclipsed his loyalty to his people. When he learned of my desire to free us from Order rule, he betrayed us. The Timekeeper rewarded him well.
So Vile Lictor's a piece of shit.
Vile Lictor, I presume?
For now. So you're the Vault Hunter. You're all the Timekeeper talks about. Called and brought this ruin with his rebellion. Debase yourself in cleaning up his mess. Superior life forms do not concern themselves with the needs of their lessers.
Yikes.
Ooh, probably don't want to go down there.
Time on the Echo Net.
Okay, where do I go? I need to go up there. All the yellow brick road, as they say.
Another force field.
This is why I had you pick up so many beacons. Set up another pair.
Cool. Guess I should do this one first. And then... Oh, shit! Scared the shit out of me for a second. Wasn't expecting it.
refreshing wellspring.
Cool. Guess I'll go around. Go over here. And voila. Whoa. The hell's going on here?
It was a massacre in here.
For all their talk of pride and tradition, the augurs prove as susceptible to chaos as mere insects. Skull the tunnel of ants and copies of their dead. These miners only prefer in the dark.
Funky!
Don't stop!
That was quick.
It's mostly cracks. Oh, what the? Oh shit! Yeah, kill that thing! Kill that thing! Kill that motherfucker! Oh shit! I fell. I did not mean to fall. Oopsie.
That could have been worse. Somehow.
Yeah, it cost me money. Money I don't need, but still cost me money. Dick. Oh.
Hope this is the last force field.
Victor made sure that any reclamation efforts would be painful. Further salt in the wound.
You are not easily frightened off. A rare virtue on these mountains. I will hold you in my curiosity, Cold Hunter. When I warn you, peer too close into the shadows, you may find yourself far from the light.
Okay, the other one's over here.
You've got such a...
Calder, not only have I cleared your mine, but you also had one hell of a cratch infestation.
Ah, I feared as much. We kept a sizable flock on hand as livestock, but they must have gotten loose. Tricky rearing, but you haven't lived till you've had Cratch's milk cheese.
and loving it.
They don't let me cut on folks no more. What they know, that's like, oh, shit, use this hitch. I think I'm on a soul next time you're bleeding down.
Thank you. Uh-oh. Boss fight. Oh, boss fight. What do we have here?
Whoa.
Big old crag. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy and a half. I probably should stop attacking it with that one. Too high up. Maybe if I hide, he'll go a little lower. I'm not sure. Oh, fuck. Wait. Oh, killed him. Nice. Nice. Didn't even notice most of the ground's like acid. Ooh. Fire damage though. Surprisingly not better than 1.5. But not surprising. It's weird. It's weird to say. I know, taking damage. Alright. Let's fucking get out of here. That should probably do this.
Oh, you man.
That's my office, Wellspring.
Oh.
You should be able to hack the door control.
Where's the door control? Right there. Hack. What in the Jollibee?
You.
What?
Old hunter.
Oh?
Great danger.
AI?
Whoa. Why are my tattoos itching?
Find the siren. Obedience is the key.
Hello? Calder? Your relic thingy talked to me.
Indeed, Wellspring. I am not surprised. It is a bridge to mysterious energies. And you yourself have a mysterious energy. But you have undone a grievous injury to my clave. Meet me at Belton's Bore with the relic. It's high time the subject of our banishment is reconsidered.
Okie dokie. What do you have in there, buddy? Oh. Holy crap, Buddha. Well, I think we reclaimed the mountain, or at least this mine inside the mountain. Looks like we're gonna have some company.
You will have nothing. Your existence has been revoked. Fast guns, fast kills.
Get to our destination. Most likely on Friday's stream we'll probably finish up this little storyline and do some more side missions. that's how I have a feeling that's how it's gonna whirl. So we're just starting this side mission, or I mean, this main story, so due to the fact that we're just starting it, it's probably gonna be a whole another stream and a half. Most likely this is probably gonna be a longer, like the other two main missions are gonna be a lot longer than the first one. I think sure it will be. No doubt it will be longer. If not, it's going to be a very short Borderlands game, and most of the content is just side mission stuff, which would be very weird. Usually the main story of Borderlands tends to be pretty lengthy, at least 20 plus hours, which is long. Think about it, it's at least 2 seasons of a show. Hey, Hyper, what up, dude? What a normal running show is about 10 episodes, an hour long each, if you think of it as one of those hour-long episodes. Usually they range around average of 8 to 10 hours. I mean, 8 to 10 episodes. But now there's no longer a standard because, well, television's on life support. Not dead yet. Television's not dead yet, but they are on life support. I'm doing good, dude. I just, well, a whole entire household, whole entire family is recovering from being sick for the past 2 weeks. But we are totally fine now. My throat's still sore, though. But doesn't stop me from drinking some alcohol for this today. I haven't been able to drink alcohol in almost like a month. Yeah, it's been about a month.
Ah, Wellspring, you found
It's the only day I can actually drink alcohol right now, so I'm gonna drink alcohol. The rest of the week I'm dad duty. I'm on dad duty, so I can't drink alcohol.
Augurs, we're a people of rule and ritual. Even setting foot in this town is a flagrant violation of the terms of my exile.
Oh, what is that? What are you talking about, dude? What's the last straw?
Grander than provoking the
I'm trying to get my shit back from the people that have it. I was told at the end of this week.
Come, Wellspring.
So were they holding it for your sake, or were they holding it because something else?
Gathering Hall of the Claves, seat of power for my people.
Should I be seeing this? Being an outlander and everything?
Almost certainly not. Bringing you here is an exilable offense.
Yeah.
What will they do? Exile me twice? Such dim lights, such dim faces. This place was once a grand hall. So much has changed in the years of my absence. The remaining Clave leaders are not cruel, only cowardly. They claim they keep the augurs from obliteration.
Oh, you're having to deal with those people.
It's them.
So why come back?
Well, these are my people, Wellspring. And
Cutscene.
death! Ah, to you too, Stellan.
I am simply skipping the pleasantries. So I will skip over the fact that we exiled you. Skip over the fact that there is an outlander in our council chamber and simply pronounce your sentence, which is death!
You aren't even the least bit curious why we are here? Arden.
I'll hear the Outlander out. But yes, death for you. Absolutely.
I'm just here to kill Vile Lictor.
Shh! His eyes are everywhere. Not enough to risk your own lives. You have to risk ours too.
What could possibly be worth coming here, Calder?
Show them, Wellspring.
I guess we're hearing you out.
The lost relic. How did you get it back?
It was this outlander, my Wellspring of Luck, who retrieved it from the desecrated halls of my clave home.
Then by tradition, it is you who must return it to its rightful place, Outlander. There. The people of the mountain will want to see this.
Do the honors, Wellspring. Face the relic.
Well, hopefully that gets all cleared up.
They brought back the relic.
Don't have to deal with those people again.
With this gift returned to its rightful place, I demand... I humbly request that my penance be considered complete.
You expect?
Granted.
Amazing. We're all dead.
You, Calder, are not returning to the Council. We welcome your clave back into our halls. They have been punished long enough for your transgressions.
So be it. My first act is to accept the Outlander into my clave.
Dude, we just met.
Oh, it's not like you have to pay dues. Just run with it. So they stop talking about killing.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Good luck to you, dude, man.
Okay, I'm an otter.
Due to the fact
welcome home.
That is your property. I just really hope you're legally able to provide that. But receipts and everything like that. Receipts should be, everything is digital now these days, so
We must talk next steps.
Should be able to prove that. You should be able to.
I am warm to be back in my halls. The solder sparks and drill screens give me hope I have not had in years. But let us
text or text though, so I don't. Legally too, text are hearsay. It's all hearsay when it comes to text. Receipts are the thing that are really gonna get you
every bit of the substance you can.
that ability to be able to do so.
Only the mountain knows.
You're telling me. It felt like a warning. The voice said something about iridium and told me to find the siren.
Is that what lawyers say? Michigan texts are not hearsay.
About iridium, I can offer little beyond rumor. But as for the second part, begrudging Vex, you are not the only one of your kind we have.
So I think in Colorado, that's just hearsay.
Yes, but if you can uncover his dire plans, I may be able to sway the council to act against him. and help get you.
I think any other state that would be hearsay. It's like, yeah, texts are not a very viable source of evidence or information.
Icy reaches, searching for
This is word on word.
Most newcomers swiftly learn to fear vile lictors.
Because it's not like a contract or anything like that.
Eager to squash them. Perhaps this wildcat is the one the sacred relic told you to find. Seek her to the far east, but mind her claws.
Far east, huh? Let's see. It's like this whole entire area is open, and if my map is shown correctly, we have more side missions to do. We also have a fast travel system right here, so we can fast travel to this area now as well. Where is our closest shop? So what is this? What is this thing? Is this respecking? Yeah, it's respecking. Could be up here. That's a bank. We have a bank up here. It's a respec bank and a lost items, which is full. All of them are blue items, but I'll just sell it all. And we got okay, I think all the shops are on the left side. Oop. About to fuck my shit up. Alright, all the shops are here, including bounties. Don't want that one, so even though it's legendary, it's not that good. So I'll sell that. Let's accept the bounties.
Time to kick yourself and your blade right through a yelling throat or two.
Bounty blotches.
A heinous creature must be sent screaming in.
And drone parts.
We're looking for tech kept by a member of the Order. Care to track it down for a rewarding, well, reward?
God, there's a lot. Okay. And there's another golden one? Okay, there's another golden chest over here too. So our order to open all the... I have a feeling there's a total of at least 3 or 4 golden chests per playthrough. The thing is, I would have to beat the game like, what? At least 3 times to open 4 golden chests. All of them. Because usually you get a golden key after beating the game, unless it's different these days, but pretty sure you don't want to open these chests until you've got the end game. Once you're end game or max level or whatever it is, that's when you open the golden chest. It's usually the golden rule and all that other jazz. All right, it's 1:23 right now. I'm going to take one quick little break and then I shall return. And we'll continue more of the main mission of Borderlands 4. So yeah, I'm gonna push the main story, but we're gonna try and unlock these little fast travels and safe spots. So we'll do that first.
You're perfect as you are.
All right, where are we going? No. Yeah, I guess so. Anywhere there's a red lock is DLC. So that's another DLC.
We have a demon to hunt. Well, I say, more you.
Whee! Yeah, we're in the mountains, so I don't know if using my vehicle is the most optimal thing to do right now. Oh shit. I don't know. Using the vehicle seems to be pretty optimal. They took our lands. Okay. I don't know why it has to be so fucking green. You know, they just highlight the edges and not the whole fucking platform. Oh. Vegas getting up, Vegas. Alright. Let's fuck him up, baby. Woo woo. Yeah, get fucked. Yeah, four-eyed freak.
What's under there?
We are in your debt once again, Wilfred. More order technology captured.
Mm-hmm. So I need to go up there.
Your existence has been revoked.
You do not belong in this realm. You do not belong. Oh my god, he's a badass. Fuck off, you know, limey asshole.
That was quick.
Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Get him with that black hole, bitch. Get him with that black hole. Ah, dickhead. Son of a bitch. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Okay, what the fuck ever. What the fuck ever. Got the ordnance in my fucking way. Oh, no. Heal. Dumbass.
My heart and soul return.
All right, we need to cancel his shield. Shield is. Oh, he's just dead. Hey, he's dead too. Trouble's taking care of business over there. Taking care of business every day. Taking care of business. Oh, Lord. Oh, this is so Tibetan. This is such a Tibetan inspired area. I mean, come on, man. If you don't think this is inspired by at least Tibetan like lifestyle, then I don't know what. All right, now we need to go. Wait, where's the console for it? We gotta locate the console. Oh, in here. Good thing we found the actual pad for it. Right there. captured. That should open up more contracts and side missions.
Good use now.
I assume. Actually, I don't see any side missions, so maybe it's just a form of safety. I don't know. I just assume there's be side missions, but yeah, definitely contracts. If anything, I mean, look, contracts that we did not have, unless I've already no. Okay.
Used me as a chew toy for an entire week. The intention was nice, but still not okay. I don't know who let these wild beasts run all over, but I'm gonna write them an extremely vulgar letter one day. But animals don't need people things. I need people things. Go reallocate some resources.
If my meds didn't work, so you and your wallet are welcome anytime.
All right, we need to get the hell out of here. No, I do not want to get in a fight with the Order right now. Leave me be. Yeah. Son of a bitch.
Calder, this place is really remote. You sure your Wildcat lady lives out here?
She said to seek her there, should I hear news of her missing friend. May be inhospitable.
Oh, fuck. I don't know if I could have made that jump normally. Creep. They're called creep? Thorn creep? Wait. Okay. They're really weird to track down. Oh, they're kind of spider-like. Whoop. Whoop. Yeah, another one of those red, not trees, because they're not. That's definitely not wood. Oh, okay, you did. Yeah, that's definitely not wood. Because, oh, actually, this one might actually be a tree. Now that I think about it, it doesn't have those bulbous things and it's not like moving, I think. I think it's not moving. Is it moving? I can't tell if it's breathing. I'm like looking at it, it's like, is it moving? I'm looking at it and I don't see any changes, kind of. It's really weird to pinpoint. Oh. Yeah, another game that I'm kind of playing off stream is I'm playing Starfield again, but I'm not doing New Game Plus. I'm replaying it with a new character Then eventually that will lead into New Game Plus. See if New Game Plus is worthy of doing. And another game that I'm also playing is Ready or Not, which I do plan on doing a playthrough of, but it's gonna probably be a YouTube exclusive playthrough. So I'll probably do that. So.
For me, baby.
Yep. Ready or Not, it's gonna probably be a playthrough. We've already done a playthrough of Starfield, and the current playthrough that I'm kind of just, well, I'm just playing off stream. Just kind of revisiting Starfield to see if it's any, has it gotten better? So far, it's like, you know, when I first played Starfield when it first came out, I didn't have a really problem with it. Yeah, I mean, there's higher expectations when it comes to space travel games. You know, if you played games like No Man's Sky, or hell, even games like Star Citizen, or what's the other game? That one other game that you can be like a space trucker or a mercenary and stuff like that. I forgot what it was. You can play on PC or console and all that. Either way, when Star Citizen came out, due to the fact that traveling was mainly loading screens and shit like that, it definitely kind of made a lot of people infuriated. Yeah, it made people mad. But free lanes at least reduced a little bit of that loading screen, but it's still loading screens from, at least from system to system and orbit to planet. That's the only time you really get your loading screens now, at least when it comes from space travel. So they reduce the at least planet to planet thing as long as you choose that. But you also, if you go planet to planet by like cruise control, you're
like someone had a rough landing.
You're going to spend more time, but there's a reason to travel like that instead of just cruise control. There's a lot of cracks here. Fine. The never-ending story. Never-ending story. Oh shit, what the fuck are you? Oh, no. What's that purple one? Where the fuck did that one go? Is that him? Oh, he's a motherfucking badass. He has a shield and everything. Well, he's not considered a badass. He just has a shield. It's really weird. He's dead now.
Experience how good I am.
It's really weird. Oh shit, I leveled up, bitch. Let's see, anything here? No. Fuck it, we'll do that. Since I'm still using that as my main weapon. Oh, wait a minute. Oh shit, are they only going down by specific areas now? Oh, that's so weird. I gotta figure out which one I want. Double Trouble. Trouble now gains the chance to create an illusion near the enemy when dealing damage. Critical hit has doubled. Illusion becomes badass. Oh, badasses. Oh. Can be double badasses. Oh, shit. So the illusion chance is 15%, illusion duration of 8 seconds, and illusion damage multiplier of 75%. With the illusion damage taken multiplier 300%. Max illusions of 3? Oh, so there's not just one. You can have 3. Shit. Trouble bubble. So overshield whenever he deals damage. Oh. 80% of damage dealt converted into overshield aura damage. 45 every 0.5 seconds. Oh, that's even pretty good too. Oh my god, they're both good. What about this one? Unsealed. Trouble will now mark his current target, causing them to take increased gun damage. And I would have to say they're the duplicates. Or this one. Oh, they're both so good. It just depends on what I want to invest. Well, it looks like I'm investing in stuff with this. Elemental Keen Fiend. Critical hit. Reawakening. Vex and minions critical hit. Let's see. Action skill cooldown restoration chance of 5%. Action skill cooldown restored by 4 seconds and cooldown by 2 seconds. Then we have this one, sacrificial essence. I would like to see the duplicates, man. I'm a sucker for that shit. So I need to invest in this one more time.
Hello? Is there another siren out here? Anyone?
So I don't know if I should really fight all these cracks.
Aren't you a cutie? You could...
Hi, little buddy.
You looking for a fight?
I'm just looking for a siren.
Aw, could have been fun. But Hermes likes you. So, welcome to Sanctuary.
Hey, it's our other character we played in Borderlands 3. So why is she here?
I'm Amara. And before you ask,
Amara, the girl with the abs.
Galaxy-saving hero, dispenser of justice, and currently a glorified cat sitter. Come, I'll show you the bridge.
I'm Vex. Defiant Calder sent me.
Sorry about the cold welcome. I've been a little cooped up.
It's cool. You're the first other siren I've ever met. In person, at least.
Well, there's only ever 6 of us, so we're a rare find. Still, we always end up finding each other.
Can you do the talking in someone else's head trick? That one was new to me.
Wait, have you heard a woman speaking in your mind?
Yeah, she said I have to find the siren.
She sent you to me. I was right.
No, Iridium.
Lilith? Is that who you've been searching for?
That's right. She's a siren too, the strongest one I've ever seen. You know Elpis, the so-called invader moon? She was the one who brought it here. And then, she vanished. We followed the moon to Kairos looking for her, but the Order shot us down. I've been here ever since. Cat-sitting. The augurs warned me that the Timekeeper would see me as a prize, so I've had to keep a low profile. Honestly, you're the first lead I've had in months. Did Lilith tell you anything else?
She said iridium is the key. Like a warning.
Iridium, huh? Jet fuel for sirens. Uncommon on Kairos, but it sometimes rains down from Elpis. In fact, there was a huge moonfall recently, not far from here. Let's check it out. Meet me there. Lilith's orders.
It's too bad that the Borderlands movie sucked, because I would have loved to have seen who would have played Amara for like Borderlands 3 or something like that. Dude, it's a little weird that they didn't even, at least they didn't follow Borderlands story when it comes to the Borderlands movie, because I think with Borderlands 2 they would have had a really cool villain, at least with Handsome Jack. And I don't know if they're ever going to be able to make that movie because I think, if I'm correct, Borderlands was a flop, and at least in theaters. And I don't, is it even on a streaming service right now? I think it is. I'm not sure though. Maybe Paramount or Peacock. If so, I should have been able to watch it by now. Is it? No, I gotta check this out. Is Borderlands on a streaming service? Let's see. Borderlands movie. Where to stream? Legally. YouTube for $3.99. Fandango $3.99. Apple for $6.99. Why is it cheaper on those two platforms? Why is it cheaper on every platform except for Apple? So it's not on a streaming service. You still have to pay for it. Are they that desperate to make up for the losses of Borderlands? I mean, you'll make up for it if you just put it on a streaming service right away, assholes. Or was it WB or something like that that owns the properties for Warner Brothers movie? Whatever it is. It's a little stupid that they're keeping it under wraps. Put it on a streaming service. You'll make up the money. Yes, I know the Borderlands movie sucks. I still want to watch it just to see how bad it was. Maybe that's why they're so afraid to put it on the streaming service. Because they'll be proven that the movie sucks. All the people that haven't watched the movie has that figured as like, hey man, I don't know if I want to spend money on it. But they're trying to force people to spend money on the damn movie. I was like, look, man, ain't gonna work, man. Ain't gonna work at all. Done with it. More cracks? You gotta be fucking kidding me. Okay, I'm going on here. Fuck that shit. I'm not fighting with more of those assholes. The worst enemy next to like other things.
Dominating the populace. I think you can do better. Comparing body counts, you're catching up to him after a few days on Kairos. Just imagine what I could have done with your hands. Just imagine what I still might.
You're not gonna control me, bitch. I'm a strong, independent woman. You ain't doing shit, bitch. Alright, that was a badass bunker. Oh yeah, there's one of those containers to break this. Where is a container to break the seal? Because I know what's gonna break that seal, I just gotta find it. I don't see the container anywhere. Oh well. Maybe later. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck are you? You're creepy as shit, dude. I don't like it. You remind me of a spider. We got a black hole. Ow, fuck. Skills, main action duration stuff. Alright. I'm almost level 30. Getting there. I got a long way to travel, man. Oh. Probably shouldn't be on my vehicle right now. It's probably safer to travel on foot right now until I get out of this fucking mountain. Maybe it's safe now. As long as there's no other ravine. That might be a ravine. Let's do it. Oh, shit. Okay, make sure to get off next time because I might not be that lucky next time. Check my phone real quickly to make sure Laura's not coming home too early. Double check, double check, double check. I don't think she'll be home super early today. She's still at the workplace, so we're doing good. Cool. We can still stream as long as we want to, which I plan on streaming at least till 3 today, but I'm not sure. Might do this one last part for the main mission for Borderlands and call it then, because it's already been 7.5 hours, and that makes up for at least one of the streams last week of not being able to stream. I have to do the same thing for Friday, at least 7.5 to 8 hours, so that way I don't feel like I wasted too much of my time. I am getting tired though. Yeah, it seems like after around 6 or 7 hours I start to get tired when it comes to streaming. It's like I've been sitting in one place for a long time.
Calder, your siren's a real tiger.
And maybe I should actually walk.
We're tracking down some Meridian
afterwards.
Excellent, Wellspring. See if you can learn why Vile Lictor desires it. And if you get the chance, whack him in the shins for me.
Kick him in the shins? I would love to.
Get it!
Hey, zombie, what up, dude? 7-stream streak. Oh my goodness. Thank goodness you didn't actually miss this one. My goodness. So I was actually thinking of retiring pretty soon. Because I was getting tired.
Where's Amara?
But I need to make up for not being able to stream like last week, so I probably shouldn't retire until... Oh. Hey, Amara. Girl, look at those abs. Fuck yeah.
You sure know how.
There's a reason why I drew you in the past.
You haven't punched open yet. Come.
Let's investigate this moonfall.
So, any idea what we'll find?
Dude, to say Amara is one of my favorite sirens.
If I'm right and Lilith is guiding us to this iridium, we'll get our answers. And chances are they'll be pretty weird.
Ah, man. Is it me or is... Oh, ambient occlusion is probably on, that's why. It's like, is it me or does it look like I'm looking through a camera?
Looks like the Order is after this iridium too. Let's crush this.
Here's your snack, double.
Get him, girl. Everybody. Boy. Get him, bird. Yeah, if you didn't know, everyone's been sick for the past 2 weeks. We're all getting over being sick. Apparently there is something going on. Something being passed around in Colorado Springs. Making everyone sick, man. It was super viral. But it's over now. I think even I'm safe now. I don't have to worry about being sick anymore. Oh shit. What the fuck was that?
They go down so quickly. Come, Vault Hunter, over the gap.
I'll grab it. I'll grab it to sell it. But yeah, now that everyone's doing better, I'm free to drink a little bit of alcohol and all that without worrying about getting even sicker. So today was the day where, after not being able to drink for like, what, a month?
Not hide. I'm ready for a proper brawl.
Decided to get a little bit of alcohol in my system. Oh, ho, ho, ho. God damn, I love that ordinance. Just rapid fire, like rocket launcher. Rapid fire. Oh, wait. Hey. Oh, damn it. Wait. Are you a badass? Oh, you are a badass. Not anymore, bitch. I'll take it. And I'll take it. Oh, no, wait. You're a good girl. You're a good girl. Wait a bit. Ah, fuck. Fuck off, you cunt. By the way, zombie, if you haven't played Borderlands since Borderlands 2 or maybe 3, I do have to say, as a report, even if you play the game on normal difficulty, it does seem like they've made it easier compared to Borderlands 2 or 3. I like how I say they made it easier and I get dropped. But no, it does feel like they made Borderlands a lot easier for Borderlands 3 and 4 compared to 1 and 2. So if anyone's played 1 and 2, 1 and 2 got real difficult real quickly at sometimes. Ooh, yeah. I'll grab that son of a bitch. I mean, I'm only like almost halfway through, I think, main story wise. But it does feel like they made this game a lot easier. Oh yeah, a different shotgun. It's like a more of a rapid fire shotgun. I need to remember I don't have the I don't have anything to tear down what do you call it?
Start some trouble together?
Shields anymore. No. Attacking the wrong person.
There. Now let's find out what they want with these.
It's a pleasure to fight with you, Vault Hunter. I've spent too many months meditating.
You.
To meditate.
Meditation.
Honestly, if
boring.
Talking to snowmen.
You're so dedicated to finding Lilith.
I thought I was the strongest siren in the universe. I was wrong.
Oh, that felt weird. As I named my Starfield character Lilith. Oh, it's even spelt the same too. It really jolted me for a second. I was like, wait, are you talking about my Starfield character? No, never mind.
But there's some iridium right here.
Might be the pick-me-up I need.
Hey, that's a lot of iridium, girl. Right, you gonna let loose? Let's see those muscles flex.
Woo! The raw stuff still hits.
It's called cocaine.
Remind me not to piss you off.
Come on, let's see what this vile lictor bastard is up to.
I wish iridium did that for me. I like how whenever you play as a siren, whenever you do have iridium on hand, you can't supercharge yourself like that with iridium. And iridium's more of a currency for the player.
Big operation going here.
So it's really weird. Why can't we supercharge ourselves with iridium as a siren?
See that generator powering the mining laser?
Everyone else can do it. Why can't we? Oh, what the fucker? What the fuck is that? That looks like a giant fucking spider, and I don't like it.
Take out these mining drones.
I'm gonna delete you.
What the fuck are those things? Are those the mining drones? I'm assuming those are. Why do they make them look like spiders? I don't like it. Makes me want to fucking burn everything.
Come on! Let it die!
I am dominating.
Nope. Keep accidentally like gravitating to attacking her, mainly because she looks like the most dangerous thing on the map. So I have an instinct to shoot at the most dangerous fucking thing on there, and it's her. I know it's her because she's a fucking siren. It's just funny how I gravitate towards that. I constantly keep trying and attack her. Oh shit. Thanks, girl.
Needs better guards.
Mm-hmm.
Tear apart like flypaper. Come, let's shut down this mining laser.
That should let us reach the ledge.
What'd she do?
You do the rest. Shoot the core.
1 second, girl. Let's see what the fuck you just did. Oh.
Ha! History!
See? He was already
using the raw iridium to power the mining laser.
Hmm.
Starts refining the stuff. We're in trouble.
Oh, yeah.
It was once a sacred temple, till the moonfall damaged it. I hope to repair it, but now vile Lictor strips it bare for his dark ends. There is no part of our people's tradition that he will not debase.
I called it. Look in there.
He's already started the refining process. We have got to get inside and stop it. Let's see if this force field is stronger than the walls.
That's your cue, Tiger Lady. Punch away.
Punch away, bitch. Punch away. Fuck yeah. Show those muscles who's boss.
It is.
I need more iridium if I'm going to take that force field down.
Or instead of hitting the force field, just hit the wall next to it and it'll probably be a lot more useful. You don't have to hit the force field.
That generator we destroyed.
Force field is just a distraction. Just hit the fucking wall next to it.
Love it. No notes.
In real life, I would hit the wall next to it.
Then we'll bring the destruction.
Because the wall is going to be easier to take down compared to a force field. Strategically, I would do that. Especially if I'm going to plan on sieging said area. Come on. Oh, that was her. I keep doing it. Oh my god. I don't know why. She's the dangerous thing in the battlefield right now.
Well done.
Last of Lictor's mining drones.
Are you sure? Let's kill the rest of these assholes then. Due to the fact I can hold over 1,000 ammunition for the submachine gun, I don't really need to upgrade it anymore. This might save more for the backpack. Try and upgrade the backpack all the way when it comes to storage.
Can you feel it? The blood song of victory.
What, the ecstasy of killing over 100 people?
Power generator awakes.
Oh.
I've never absorbed this much iridium before. Well, here goes something.
Oh, I don't have to shoot it. Girl, you keep going. What the?
The tiger is on the prowl.
I'm done toying with you.
He's getting pissy.
Back to that force field! Come on!
1 second, we got people to kill, buddy.
I've got lightning under my skin! I can taste my teeth!
You can taste your teeth? It tastes gross. would not want to taste my own teeth right now. Especially after drinking alcohol. I'm still currently drinking alcohol. I drank a margarita, then I had some like, what do you call them, Seagrams, and then I'm now drinking some white wine.
One-liner! I couldn't think of anything in the moment. Skills down though.
One-liner? That was the thing you were saying?
Is refining the iridium.
Oh shit, lady.
Time to tear this refinery apart.
Mm-hmm.
Starting with this. Oh, that blew open the hatch to the processor. All time's up. Do some damage.
All right.
You make a pest of yourself. My design is already in motion. Delay nothing.
Slam the other switches so we can demolish this thing for good. Let's go. Slam down on those pads. The hatch won't open until you do.
Slam down? I totally forgot how to do that. I don't remember how to... Wait, 1, 2... No, 1, 2... Oh, okay, okay. I remember how to slam. I was like, how do you slam? Now I remember how. 1, 2... Ah, I jumped too hard. Jumped too far. There we go. Alright, let's try that again. 1, 2... No! I jumped too... it's gonna be a science to this. It's gonna suck. 1, 2, and... Oh, no, too early. I don't do that attack a lot, so I don't remember... Alright, now. 1.
The hatch is open.
All right.
The iridium inside.
Trying to. Wait, what? Where's the iridium? Oh, is it up there? Oh, my bad. Oh.
Ridiculous.
So they're on their shoulders.
I'm reserving a table for you in my vivisection lab.
Oh, fuck. What the fuck was that? Ah, what the shit, dude? Oh, man, check me with that bitch. Hey, someone's behind me.
8 out of 10 cats wish they were you.
Alright, he's dead. Ow, 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 ow. Can we shoot it from here? Yeah, we can.
The core is overheating. Let's wreck this thing for good.
Bitch is about to get fucking stitches, mate.
There, core's down.
Hell yeah.
You have robbed me of a valuable resource, but the iridium is merely a means to an end. A siren understands, surely. I have already learned everything I need to know from my enemy. subject. You'll see for yourselves.
Right. Whatever you say.
Let's go while the going is good.
Where are we going, girl?
Test subject.
You okay, Amara?
Other than the extra-dimensional come-down, thinking about what Lictor said, I assumed he was using iridium for machines, but if he has a test subject, only sirens can tap into iridium.
You don't think he's got
a siren?
That's what I'm afraid of. We must find out where he's holding her.
Well, due to the fact we haven't even heard from Lilith, makes me wonder if he does have her.
He knows these mountains better than anyone.
13K? Holy shit. Ooh. As well. Nope. Nope. I'll definitely sell them if anything. Where are we? Oh, wait. Let's do this. Alright, who are we? Who the fuck we killing? Ow! Fuck you. God damn, dude.
I never liked that prick.
Wait, is he gone? Oh, you shitting me. Ah, we must have joined in like right when it was disappearing. God damn it, that would have been such an easy kill too. Oh well. I hate it when one thing. I don't like. Oh, what? Oh shit, we need to shoot the there we go. Now it's gone. Was that necessary? No, because we didn't need to do it. Here, 1 second. Oh, we can just fast travel. What the fuck am I doing? I need to do some business anyway. Okay, I'm gonna do some business, then turn the quest in.
I'm always this pretty, yes? Oh, just if that you do. Wait, sucker! Oh, love it. If you see a dictator today,
okay. What up, boyo?
Did you and the Wildcat give Lictor a good mauling?
We gave him some trouble for sure. But we also discovered Lictor's using iridium to play with dangerous energies.
Sounds like the Lictor I know. Schemes upon schemes. How can I help?
We believe he's captured Amara's friend. He called her his test subject. No one knows these mountains like you. Where could he be hiding her?
Biolictor does his most heinous work in the shadows, and his darkest deeds take place at what he calls the Black Site, west of the Order security checkpoint. If he's hiding anything, that's where it would be.
Okay.
Amara.
West of security checkpoint, where would that be on the map?
Perfect. I'll meet you there.
Where would that be on the map? Oh, so kind of like the inner mountains. Okay. So I guess what we could do is get to at least the destination, and then what I'm probably planning on doing is probably continuing where I leave off this stream on hopefully Friday. And I'm kind of hoping I get to do some recording this week to finish the playthrough that I'm doing on YouTube only. YouTube only playthrough. Hopefully we'll finish that this week too. Borderlands probably won't finish until like at the very earliest next week. There's a lot of work to do. Not that. Don't do that. And here we go.
Oh, the Vault Hunter! Hey, over here!
Shh, don't worry about it. I'll do your missions after I'm done with this main mission. Mainly, this main mission will end once we kill the Biolictor. Is it the lighting? I think it's the lighting that's kind of fucking things up.
Death to a light.
Okay, once I'm in the next safe zone, probably where I'll stop it. Right now, Borderlands is kind of hard to tell when there's the next safe zone. Oh, thought I had a whole entire fortress to fight through in order to get there. Never mind. I just fought those guys for no reason once again.
Don't you whine at me, Hermes. We'll play in a moment, huh? Ugh, you agree to pet sit for a few weeks, and the next thing you know, you're having full conversations with animals.
Oh, I know.
Ah, there you are. We hit a little obstacle.
You don't use security like that unless you've got something to hide. This must be the path to the black site.
Agreed. But if Lilith is on the other side, I don't mind some property destruction.
Ooh, your specialty. Please
Yay.
be my guest.
Some big cinder blocks.
Come, let's throw some light on this black site of his.
Hell yeah. Black site. Try to find the first
Crawling with creeps. Clear them out.
reloading. Ow. Loose. Ow. Ow. Oh, the shit. shoddy. Yeah, you good. Yeah, good. Sunbeam creep. Tempting.
What the hell is that?
Tim? That's Tim! Don't you see? Oh, does he negate everything? He just goes straight for the fucking health? That's crazy.
Everyone else heard the talking creep, right?
Tim feels like the product of Lichter's twisted mind. Another of his experiments.
Pick it up.
If he's doing this to creeps, I shudder to think what he's doing to Lilith. We need to get inside.
Well, we're pretty damn close to where we need to be. That would really suck if we had to kill a fellow siren.
This is really creeped out in here.
Not me, obviously. Hermes.
There, a switch for the door.
1 second.
I got the sales for what ails you. Senator, why don't you come on back real soon?
Boss fight. I might have to do this boss fight and then retire.
I've survived a lot worse than your creepy ass. I've worked retail.
Or not a boss fight? I'm confused. I thought this was going to be a boss fight.
Is this the welcome committee then?
Tradition or flesh? Shackles of morality, unbound power, unyielding. Go ahead, discover.
There's another safe spot right here.
Dead end. Or is it? Let's see where this vent takes us.
Combat zone.
Are those test tubes?
Ow. Bitch. Don't be a bitch, bitch. Fuck. We also leveled up. Another one. And now we can do these eventually. Oh my god, what the fuck is that? attacking? Oh.
I'm almost afraid to ask what's in the tube.
What's in the tube?
Growing out of them?
I test subjects. The average human is ill-suited to my need. Exposure to raw phase energy inevitably leads to madness and physical anomalies. Still, they have not been entirely without use.
Something
truly twisted happened down here. We have to keep going. This must be where he was doing his research. The holotable. See if he left any notes behind.
1 second. 243. I'm going to take a quick little break and I'll be right back. We're going to continue more Borderlands. Let's continue this. Wait. If I scan that, it was...
Too vicious.
Can we rip this out? Fuck. Why is it green? We can't do anything. The shit. Whatever. Maybe it'll turn green. Maybe we can do something eventually.
When the invader moon came, it shattered more than the veil over Kairos. It shattered my own illusions. How could a moon simply materialize through what unseen conduit?
As it was transported.
More importantly, how might I control such a power? After years of searching, I have my answer. This material world is frail, as feeble as mere flesh. True power resides in the phase dimension, the font of the siren sorcery. That is where I must go, even if it unmakes Kairos to do so.
He's saying the power of the sirens, our phase abilities, all come from this other dimension. The phase is a place? That's not impossible.
The dimension? Potential.
This changes everything.
So much for being another timekeeper lackey. Lictor will do anything for power, including destroying the planet.
Kairos is a failed experiment. The timekeeper knows it as well as I. He gave me a mandate. I succeeded more than he ever imagined. But he is unwilling to stray from his precious vault. For all his panoptic vision, it seems the timekeeper too is short-sighted.
Ooh, treasonous words.
The last thing you and all my lessers will see is the shattering light of my apotheosis.
Oh?
Like one of his test subjects.
Wait, how do we... There's a crystal? Oh shit, that thing. Okay, now we can do damage to him.
Our weapons do nothing as long as those crystals are there.
God damn, that guy has a lot of health. He's a level 28. Oh, I'm a level 27, so it makes sense.
What did Lictor do to that thing? If he subjected Lilith to the same experiments... Come quickly. We need to keep searching.
Give me a second, lady. Is that what I think it is? One second. I gotta wait for it to reload. potty.
Look around. There must be another vent or something.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a railgun. I'm totally okay with a railgun being my heavy weapon. Just gotta be very careful with it. Throwing knives. You know, these creatures kind of remind me of Rocky, and I don't want to kill them. I know Rocky has like, what, 5 legs? But these guys kind of remind me of Rocky. And I don't want to kill these guys. It's too bad they're not intelligent like Rocky. That we know of. If they were intelligent, they wouldn't be attacking us. They remind me of iridium, so. Man, they remind me of the iridiums, man.
Let's see if this does something.
That looks like a portal.
Strange.
Please don't go interdimensional in this game. Enough with the fucking multiverse. Let's not do that, please.
Is that?
No multiverse.
A hole. Or a tunnel.
What the?
Hey.
Who?
You okay?
That's Lilith's power. That was her.
What was he doing to her down here?
I have no idea.
You're sure that was Lilith?
I couldn't tell because of the suit. But Lilith is the only siren I know that can phase walk. She would never willingly help Lictor, though. He must be controlling her somehow to gain access to her phase powers.
As if his rap sheet needed to get any longer. Let's go stop this bastard.
Go over here. DOS is DOS.
Nothing good.
That's Lictor's fortress. He's begun tearing his way into the phase dimension. I can feel it. We have to stop him, now.
Yeah, now's good. Let's do it.
Hell yeah. Before then, double checking things. Okay, we're good.
Well, Spring, what happened at the black site? August across the range are reporting the appearance of... Well, honestly, I don't know. Weird stuff.
Lictor's using siren powers to rip a hole in reality and make himself a god, so that tracks.
The time of inaction must cease. I will take your news to the council and hope it stokes the fading embers of their courage.
Hopefully. Unless they're all pussies, then I'm sorry.
Scrap these bastards! We must stop Victor!
Seal the fortress! The Vault Hunters must not interrupt Vile Lictor!
God damn, this thing's strong as fuck. Holy shit. Okay, I like the railgun, man. The railgun is a hell of a lot more powerful than the fucking rocket launcher. Of course it would be. It's a fucking railgun. Railgun's gonna do so much more damage than any rocket launcher ever could. Dude, the fact that China has a railgun, it's like, what? Why do they have a railgun? Why does China have a railgun? Doesn't Japan have their own railgun too? Why don't we have a? I mean, unless we do have a railgun. But America, like the United States military, doesn't talk about it. All the other countries make it loud and proud. It's like, we have railguns. Are railguns actually not that good in real life? At least, I don't know. At least in maybe the ammunition's not that good, but the technology's there. But we just haven't figured out like a good ammunition source for railguns. Like, we need titanium rounds, but titanium rounds are very expensive and hard to come by. So I highly doubt steel rounds are good. Like steel titanium, like steel ingots for railgun ammunition is probably not the greatest. It's a little too soft.
The Orbulus? Victor has said so much nothing about you.
Hell yeah, girl. We're about to rip and tear till it is done. Wait, that's Orbulus? He looks like a fucking dork. Wait. Gotta destroy the orbs first. Orbulus is a bitch.
The way up.
Oh, wait, 1 second.
Tired of chasing ghosts. Tired of being jerked around. I want to strangle Lictor myself with my own 8 hands.
You want him to lick your dick?
Maybe better than anyone
Because he is Lictor.
But we need a plan. Calder was rallying the augurs. Maybe he'll know a way in.
I would hate to have a last name Lictor. That's all the jokes you would ever hear.
Calder.
Dick my dick.
Is locked up tight. Any luck with the council?
I have gathered them. We await your arrival.
I will compose myself and meet you there, Vault Hunter.
All right. Oh, do we need to go way back? It would be really funny if we killed the second person in today's stream. Because most of today's stream has been side missions. Oh, holy shit, we have 10 rewards. I won't open those until I'm like, until I sell whatever I have in my inventory. Oh, we really have to actually go back. Damn, okay. Oof. I mean, if I can't kill the second motherfucker, then I will. That means we only have one more person to kill before we get to what's his face. But that means we also have a shit ton of like side missions. Because let's see, as of right now, before we kill Lictor, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 side missions that could potentially be a whole entire stream onto itself if we wanted to do that. And not to mention a whole entire another area on top of all that shit. So, and if it's anything like after killing one of the main guys, 10 might turn into 20 or maybe 30 side missions if we kill the main person in today's stream.
Something on your mind?
We'll see.
Something naughty, maybe?
Ooh, don't ask me. I'll show you in drawing form.
Damn it. Where are they?
Because I draw everything, I think. So,
If you got any more like those,
speaking of, I will tell you a quick little if anyone wants to know what my next art piece is going to be, give you a little hint. Metroid. That is it. That's all you get. That's all you get. Is it Samus or is it an alien? No, so you're gonna have to tune in to DeviantArt or Pixiv to find out.
They let you in here?
I let the gods pet Hermes.
Is Calder talking to the council?
You boot-licking cowards!
Yeah, I think he's really getting through to them.
Paralyzing this council. Your hesitation threatens our homes, our traditions, our lives.
What you call cowardice, I call keeping our people safe.
How safe will our people be as Vile Lictor begins tearing holes in reality? Or when his master finds out what he's been planning in the shadows?
Enough! Stellan, he's right.
Hardin!
If we sit and talk while Vile Lictor uses our people as test subjects, then we are no better than collaborators. Calder, you have...
Once again, someone else pays for your defiance, Calder. Unless you'd like to watch as I take the knife to the rest of your people, you are done speaking.
You are correct. I am done speaking.
To war!
But every second counts now. Follow me. It is time to act decisively.
Hell yeah, brother.
I saw a rift like that at Lictor's Black Site.
A taste of the godlike powers he's stealing from the phase dimension. How are we supposed to fight something like that?
We have some oil in our drills yet. My scout brings intriguing news.
That's what she said.
Lictor's sanctum is sealed. His forces are appearing in great numbers at a nearby power substation.
Power? We don't have time for a diversion. We need a way into that fortress.
Patience.
It's like a mix between a gnome and a dwarf.
Scout also saw
It's very hard to tell what he is.
exactly like the one Lictor just reached through.
And you think we can use those portals to get to Lictor?
What goes in must come out.
Exactly. Wellspring, make haste to that substation.
Okay, I'll see you there, I guess.
Meantime, Wildcat, I must ask you to requisition something from the Order.
1 second. I could probably just spawn here and then make my way to it. It's faster. Dude, in fact, I got that safe house in the first place to fast travel. Why not use it?
I'm listening.
Do I need to do any salesman stuff? Oh yeah. Did I do? All right, let's see what our rewards are. We have a pistol and some style. Some style. Some gun skin. Alright, looks like there's a lot of cosmetics coming my way. A gun. next tile. I'm just gonna open it all and then check out whatever I need. Oh shit, looks like some skins for everything. Skins for everything. Alright. So, assault rifle. Ah, man. No. Let's try the sniper rifle. No. Nah, I shouldn't. What about the pistol? I don't think I have anything to replace the shotgun. Fine.
Like everyone, we sell them in pints round here. Oh, look, you'll scratch the serial number up. Ah! You'll never get me plucky off. Come to take a look at me guts?
Nope.
I'll miss our little chats.
Fucking fine, mate. We'll do it without you. Ooh. Don't you dare make that fucking noise again.
Help! Please help!
Shh, I'll be back in about 2 days' time. You're gonna have to wait there a little bit longer, buddy. Loose the arrow of time itself. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Where the fuck am I going? Okay, it just feels like I'm going. I thought I was supposed to go over there. Oh, I understand what's going on. It tricked me. I think it was highlighting a bounty, and I didn't think of that until then. I was like, motherfucker. It was highlighting a bounty. That's alright. I don't care if I travel manually. To be honest, not enough games have manual travel as much as it should have. I mean, to be honest, the most fun I've ever had traveling and exploring has been Kingdom Come Deliverance, where fast traveling is not much of a thing. And even if you do fast travel, there's a high chance of it being interrupted by a random event, which is also a really cool thing. So I kind of wish that more games did the whole random event stuff if you fast travel. So that way you still have things to expect even if you do fast travel. That way it's not always it's not like a safety measure. It's like, oh, okay, I'll be safe if I fast travel and all that. It's like, no, you should be able to be interrupted by that. I think more open world games and just RPGs and all that would benefit if they do the Kingdom Come Deliverance stuff of
What am I looking for?
There is an enemy.
Fast traveling being interrupted.
That is likely where we will find whatever infernal device is generating Lictor's fate portals.
I hope you're right about this. I'm a big fan of the fabric of reality.
The mountain often whispers in riddles, but in this, I hear its voice loud and clear. That energy spike is the key.
Looks like Lara just left her place of work. So I got about 30 minutes left of the stream before potentially I need to
with Lictor's rattle.
leave it.
I will send you some assistance shortly. You can thank your brusque siren friend for lending several hands.
Hell yeah, she is the boss. She is my favorite fucking character in the whole game. I mean, the whole series is Amara. Yeah, Borderlands 3 is a forgettable game, but as the character Amara, I like her. She tickles a certain fancy that needs to be tickled. Mainly Muscle Mama. Muscle Mama needs to be tickled more in the video game genre. And if I have to draw more Muscle Mamas in my fandom, I will. If DeviantArt and freaking Pixab needs Muscle Mamas, I got your back. Oh, wait. It's harder to draw Muscle Mamas because you have to actually figure out where to place like everything. Just drawing like a random like anime character is easy, but drawing the muscular system is actually a lot harder than you think it is. It is so much harder than you think it is. There's sometimes where I have to like kind of make a fictitious like muscular system. So sometimes I have to kind of fuck with the abdominal system. So if you ever see a character where I draw a character and their abdomen's a little weirder than what you think it would be, like for instance, their lower, like their six pack, that lower abdominal muscle is a lot longer than what it's supposed to be. It's because I kind of fucked up the spacing a little bit when it comes to the abdomen. So I made that second that last abdominal muscle a lot longer than it should be, but it works. It still looks pleasing. If it doesn't look pleasing, then I probably wouldn't release it to the public. Oh, is this a boss fight? No, it's just stairs. Never mind. All right, I'm just wondering if I'm going to be able to fight Lictor today or if I'm going to fight Lictor Friday. It's probably going to be Friday. Due to the fact Lara's coming home, I don't think I'm going to be able to fight Lictor today. I don't know, it just depends on what... Depends on the kids. If the kids aren't giving Lara trouble...
This door is blocked by some pretty phasey looking energy.
Then I think we're good.
Help with it.
A moment. These things cannot be rushed. Where did I put my brain girdle?
Is he dead? Okay. He's still standing and he's like dead though. It confuses the shit out of me sometimes. This submachine gun has worked for so long. Wait, am I still using the submachine gun? Yeah, I still am, right? One second. Yeah, I'm still using the submachine. Why is the fire rate so much slower? It feels slower right now. I'm out of ammo. That's why. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Oh, sticky ammo is so much better.
I'll be with you presently. Just getting acquainted with my tools. Blasted remote cyberlink. Well then, allow me to help define Calder. Forewarning. The Techclave stands with you all today. Well done, Stellan. Vault Hunter, help is inbound.
Hell yeah.
These coordinates.
Oh, you did. is... There he is. There we go. Do we have ammo for this gun yet? Oh shit, we do. I don't know how we ran out of ammo. Somehow we did.
Not sure what I...
Oh, what the fuck is that thing?
The mountain itself is at stake. Let us shoot Bruce! I've been blasting mine shafts out of the rock for 7 decades. Lictor's walls can't hold me back. Wellspring, meet my old friend Bruce.
Bruce is an advanced model Calder had me liberate from Order Impound. He's loaded with an Ordinite-based weapon system. Should blast right through those phase barriers.
Nice to meet you, Bruce. Now let's kick some ass. Nice. Loving the Bruce experience already.
Onward to that energy source!
Yield before Zod.
The Bruce is loose!
Brucey is Lucy. No, now that you reminded me, Bruce Campbell, man. I know it's been a few months since we heard the news, but I hope he's doing good. Fucking the sound effect. I think he's dead. Motherfucker, dude. It's not want to die.
Got another phase barrier for Brucey.
I'm on it. All clear.
Phase barrier didn't have a chance. Give me a second. Alright, we got a save area. Let's do that now. Let's go back to having a potential shield. Or in this case, a shield of armor. wait for all of it to load up. 800, and most likely it'll be up to 120 or 130. Well, 1,300. $1,317 plus another charge. Waiting for it to do that. And the charge is set. Perfect. So, just in case it takes some damage,
I think we found our enemy.
able to handle it.
That device is clearly generating Lictor's phase portals, but he is secured to limiters. If we whip them to shreds, the portal will surely open.
And what about me? I'm pretty attached to my shreds.
I have a plan. Trust in Bruce.
Trust in the Bruce.
Bruce has taken out the phase shield. Destroy the limiters.
Oh yeah, brother.
It's working! Once we unleash this machine, it will tear a path to Lictor's very doorstep.
Hell yeah.
That, instantly vaporized.
Wait, what was that last part again?
Come on. Ow, 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 ow. What the fuck, dude? Yes. Pistol. Yes. There we go. Ooh. Ah, fuck.
I knew you before you were vile. You don't scare me, Lictor.
The hell? Ah, fucker. Ah, get you the dick. That guy has a lot of health. Even with the stickies. God damn, dude. You have a shit ton of health. Where? Where is he? Where's Brucey? Where's Brucey?
Be present before the pound.
Brucey, where are you? I don't see where Bruce is. Oh, there he is. I was like, where the fuck is Bruce?
Vaporizing vibe from that thing.
Curse it all, the rift is too volatile. Get out of there before it...
No. Are we gonna be sent into a new dimension?
Calder? Amara?
Low lays. Or low lays. Low lays. Low lays.
All over the mountains. Hermes and I took one into Lictor's fortress. Keep moving. Follow the rift.
Like you had it.
There's one. Use your grapple device to open it.
1 second. Gotta kill all these bitches first.
Worth the wait.
There's one. Use your grapple device to open it.
I did.
Vault Hunter. I see you more clearly now.
Who are you?
Lilith? Is that you?
I don't... Do I know you yet?
Amara's looking for you. Where are you now?
Amara.
Lilith? Hello?
Motherfucker.
Maybe let's not do that again.
Hey, how about no? Stop it. Kill the Chain Master. Fucking hell. What the shit? Who the fuck is this thing? So annoying. Can't see shit. This dimension sucks. Can't see shit. There we go.
Freaking if.
Love it up. And let's see what we can do. Critical hit. Let's see. Action skill, cooldown chance, damage dealt per stack, and damage. Let's see. This is a passive. Damage taken duration. Okay, we'll try that.
Okay, take two. Nope. On to the next one.
Cool.
Alright then, third rift's the charm. Lictor's Sanctum. Now we're in business.
I mean, if we kill Lictor today, then fine. I have no complaints. I just don't know how the boss fight is going to turn out. Am I ready for it? I have no clue.
They don't let me cut on folks no more. But what they don't know, you shoot. You and your wallet are welcome anytime.
Guys?
Oh, what the fuck is going on here?
Locked down with more phase barriers.
Never fear, Wellspring. The mountain brims with fortune today. Bruce met an unfortunate end right near you. But even in death, he is not finished aiding us. Retrieve his control core, and quickly.
Ready to play catch?
Bitch. Oh, come on, man. I was trying to pick that up. Don't be like that.
8 out of 10 cats wish they were you.
Son of a bitch. Oh, you motherfucker. Oh, you fucking asshole. You cock blocked my kill. It's like they know I was trying to res myself. Sauce.
I'm back. Oh, goody.
That was rough.
Death to a life imitated.
Ow, that fucking thunderhead sucks.
Shall we take a look?
Trying to get close to it without trying to also die. Oh, fucking off. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Alright, there we go. And Thunderhead's dead. Alright, good. So I do have something to tackle shields. I just haven't utilized it. Utilized it as much as I should. There we go.
Amara, in the cave, I heard the voice again. She sounded confused.
After what Lictor's done to her, I'm not surprised. We'll get Lilith out. Just find your way inside to Hermes and me.
Now, Bruce's core contains the concentrated ore that demolished those phase barriers before. Take it to the engineering bay, and I can repurpose it for you.
Yes, sir. All dead zoes.
Now, insert Bruce's core into the console there, and we'll be busting barriers in no time.
Looks like Laura just arrived home. I might not be able to defeat the boss.
Uploading schematics and... yes! Those infernal synth spawning devices will now provide you with an Ordinite surprise for his pesky shields, courtesy of Bruce. There, give it a try. The Bruce bomb is quite potent, Wellspring. Toss it at that phase barrier and put it to rights. Phased out, you might say. Hurry ahead. I'll route more Bruce bombs to the matter relay.
Alright, so I have a feeling we're not going to be able to kill Lictor today. Because Lara's here. And the kids are here. Everyone else is here. So I'm going to have to end it for now. We'll finish this next stream. And then when we finish killing the boss in the beginning of the stream, which is going to be weirdly weird, we'll just do a bunch of side missions. And then we'll work on the third phase of Borderlands 4. So I think that's the plan.